Good morning, Chair. This is Dennis in Hilo, and we are live. Apologies to those who may be tuning in for the delay. Chair, we're ready to begin when you are.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it, and I apologize for the technical difficulties here. But aloha and welcome to the 10th session of the County of Hawaii Redistricting Commission. Today is Friday, December 17th, 2021. My name is Bronston Caso, and I am the chairperson. First, I'd like to go through an announcement. Because of the coronavirus COVID-19 emergency and state and federal guidance on large meetings or gatherings and pursuant to the mayor's proclamations regarding COVID-19, the Redistricting Commission meetings are currently not open to the public to attend in person until further notice. Members of the public may view or provide oral testimony via the Zoom platform by requesting for this information as noticed on the posted agendas. Thank you for your understanding. Calling this meeting to order. The time is 9:44 a.m. Mr. Kauka, please call the roll.
Commissioner Louis?
Excused.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoshino?
Here in Hilo.
Commissioner Ani?
Present via Zoom.
Commissioner Yadao?
Excused.
Commissioner Bath?
Present Hilo Chambers.
Commissioner Akamo?
Present via Zoom.
Commissioner Lopez?
Present Kona Chambers.
Commissioner Hustis?
Present, Kona Chambers.
Chair Castle?
Here, Kona.
Thank you, Chair. You have 7 members in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Kauka. As a reminder, during the meeting, we are working with commissioners in multiple locations. The audio of the meeting is being recorded, so as much as possible, let's try to avoid overtalk, as that will make it difficult to later transcribe in the minutes. Please keep your microphones on mute unless you are speaking, and we ask that for members of the public who are tuned in as well, commissioners in either chamber, your microphone can be activated by pressing the button at the base. I won't be able to recognize you if the audio is not coming through, so be sure to check if that's on first when speaking. Since I'm presiding from Kona, commissioners here with me, please turn on your light on and get my attention to be recognized. For those in Hilo or on Zoom, please speak out your name if you need to be recognized, and I will do my best to navigate the conversation. After I recognize you, please state your name for the recording transcription and proceed. If you don't state your name first, I will interrupt you to clarify who is speaking on the minutes. I believe all right, Mr. Kauka, we'll head over to the any public testimony that is available.
Thank you, Chair. Our first testifier is Mr. Jacob Aki from Common Cause Hawaii. Mr. Aki, you may unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Aloha, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Reapportionment Commission. My name is Jacob Aki on behalf of Common Cause. We did submit written testimony ahead of today's hearing, but we did want to highlight just a few things from our written testimony. First, given the large number of testifiers at the December 14th and December 16th hearings, Common Cause encourages the Commission, and we are confident that you folks will be considering the public testimonies as you folks work to revise the redistricting maps. There were a large number of testimony regarding the Hawaiian homestead areas in Hilo, Puna'ewa, as well as other sections on the west side. So we hope that those comments and those testimony from the public will be taken into consideration as you folks deliberate on the maps. Secondly, we did testify on this previously, but we would recommend that Charter Section 3-17E be changed to revise the commission's public hearing process. While we appreciate the charter's mandate to hold at least one public hearing in each of the 9 council districts prior to a draft coming out, we believe that these hearings should not be conducted in each of the 9 districts until a draft plan has been created and approved by the commission. So we hope that as you folks also think about final recommendations, that this recommendation be considered. That's all the testimony that we have for today, Chair. And I am here if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Aki. Chair, our only other testifier is Ms. Brenda Ford. Ms. Ford, if you have any comments to offer now, but I know Ms. Ford has also indicated she may want to provide testimony during other parts of the agenda. Ms. Ford.
Thank you very much. I would prefer to testify at the end or during the proceedings, should anybody have questions for me, but I'd prefer to talk at the end as far as my personal testimony. I do suggest, though, as I suggested last Tuesday night, that you clean up the east side. Pontieva Hawaiian Homelands needs to be straightened out. I do not think it's necessary to split Hawaiian Paradise Park. I submitted a plan that showed that it could be done without doing that. The west side of my plan is disgusting. I think we need to work on that. But your plan that is up for the draft, I think has a very good start, but I think you can clean it up a whole lot more. Thank you.
Ms. Ford, this is Bronston. Will you be available throughout the whole meeting?
I will, Mr. Bronson.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, that completes our testifiers at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kaka. We're going to move over to the approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
We got a motion from Mr. Hustis. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Yoshina. Any discussion on the minutes? Without hearing any.
Chair, this is Dennis.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Before we proceed, just we see Ms. Louie, Commissioner Louie, in the Zoom room. If I could just give Ms. Louie an opportunity to see if she is participating right now.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm on the road to my appointment, but I thought I'd listen in while I was driving.
That's okay. Thank you, Commissioner Louie. Just for the record, if you could maybe just in the chat box, let us know if you do leave, though. Just for keeping.
I can't type while I'm driving.
That's okay. No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So without any discussion, all in favor to approve the minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No? Okay, motion carries. We're gonna hop over to new business. New business number 1, Mr. Kaka.
New business item 1, final redistricting plan. On November 29, 2021, as a reconvening of its November 23, 2021 8th session, the Commission approved its draft redistricting plan by vote. Pursuant to Hawaii County Charter Section 3-17E, public hearings on the draft plan were then conducted on December 14 and December 16, 2021. During its December 9, 2021 9th session, the Commission postponed discussion of further considerations to its draft redistricting plan. The Commission may consider any adjustments and approval of a final plan. Hawaii County Charter Section 3-17D requires the Commission to file a redistricting plan by December 31.
Thank you, Mr. Kaka. Commissioners, first of all, thank you everybody for those who came out to the public hearings and got to listen to the public, and a big mahalo to the public for coming out, and we really got to hear how they would like to see their communities. And so going into this final redistricting plan, I would like to, we have a couple of proposals. We have one from Mr. Hustis. We have a map by Mr. Lopez, but also based off of the testimony that we received, I would also like to additionally add the working draft number 1 and Ms. Ford's map. And now that I know Ms. Ford is on, we can also talk to her about that map. This is just going to be a presentation. There's not going to be any changes. You may ask questions and discussions through as we look into these maps in the first part. And then we can go back to our regular working draft. All right. So this portion would just be the presentation, and I will start with Mr. Hustis, and then we'll go to Mr. Lopez.
Can I just put in something before I have to sign off for a while? It's Commissioner Louie.
Ms. Louie.
Yes, I feel like the intent of this is to have fair representation as seen from the eyes of the public. Given that, I feel like we should get more creative with our deviations possible, but to make the public as happy as possible.
I'm sorry, Ms. Louie, we kind of lost you and you were breaking up a little bit. Do you mind repeating that?
Okay, as long as we don't go over 5.99 or under in each district, let's be creative with maybe going to those numbers as opposed to trying to get it, under 2 or whatever. Thank you. I yield.
Okay. Does anybody else want to comment on this? Okay, Mr. Eustace.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo your sentiments too. I want to mahalo you, Chair, the commissioners, the testifiers that came out this week, as well as our staff that supported us during this period. I did a lot of thinking, received a lot of phone calls, emails this week, and looking at the map and what we proposed, it really validates my previous thoughts about change being hard for people. And I did submit a map, and I will project it up on the screen here. It doesn't tackle some of the testimony and some of the issues that we brought up early on, and I can dive into those very specifically here on the screen. But the map really revisits, and it almost goes back to what we currently live in our current district lines and boundaries with slight changes around the edge. So I'm going to put that up on the screen here, if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
And as the chair mentioned, this is just proposing ideas and kind of talking it and having a discussion about this.
Commissioner Bath, you
Ms. Bath.
yeah. Did you say you had this submitted that we could look on this on our computers?
That's correct, Ms. Bath. I submitted this one after hearing testimony, primarily from a Tuesday evening. And I didn't have enough time last night after our meeting to add any other changes after that. So welcome other thoughts on that. So this map is called, when I submitted it, it had a different title. And I think Mr. Jones changed the title, and it did lose my description on there, unfortunately. So if you go into shared plans, it should be under shared plans. Let me see. I'm not seeing it there though. Yes, it is there. It's called COH draft plan JH4. It was, and then the description says submitted by myself on the 15th.
Got it.
So
Thank
that
you.
wasn't the name of the title and that wasn't my description, unfortunately, but that is the map I'll be kind of proposing here. Does that make sense? So it's this one here. It's called COH Draft Plan JH4. Okay, so I do have that up on the screen. And as it was submitted, it's a read-only file. So any other changes will have to save the map again. It's not perfect. The map that we proposed, so not this one, but the one that people testified on, was not perfect. I wasn't that happy with it either. I don't think all the commissioners were sold on it. And even this map that proposes other changes, I think there are other edits that could be made. So I would like to start by saying that this map does not, like I said, it revisits a lot of the current district lines. So I'll put that up on the screen as well. So the yellow hash mark lines you see there are the current boundary lines. And it really moves the districts back as close as possible to those district lines where reasonable. Now this proposal does not take into consideration some of the areas and some of the testimony received. So for example, and unfortunately in the testimony and the public hearings, I don't think people saw the effect that one change made on the east side of the island caused a cascade effect across the island. So we had received testimony, we had numerous discussions about the line for District 2 along Honolulu Stream. And that change, for the sake of the testimony we received, really caused the cascade effect around the island. And it moved, as you know, District 1 further into Waimea. Waimea had to move further south. And the testifiers really were focused on their district, and that's completely understandable. We each really know our area well and what works and what doesn't work. But that one change, it did ruffle a lot of feathers. And I don't think they were looking at that particular area. They were looking how it affected their area. And I think what Commissioner Louie was saying is that we're trying not to ruffle as many feathers as possible and try to make slight changes. And we had this conversation before in many of our previous meetings about making small and little changes where possible. So this map pushes, so I can start here in the Hilo area. It does bring back that line to Wailuku River. So it seemed to have caused the most cascade effect by moving that line. And I welcome other thoughts on this. I did push Hilo closer to Kanoilehua for a more contiguous shape in that area. But it still maintains its shape for the most part and goes up into the center of the island, and it does encapsulate Puahakuloa training area. But as you can see, and as you zoom in on your maps and as you see the maps, this does follow the district lines that people are very familiar with, that they're comfortable with, and just make slight changes around the edge. So that kind of reverts back there. So it kind of keeps, and I'll revisit the north side of the island in a little bit, but for a lot of the testimony we received on Tuesday night about the proposed map, this one here brings Kalawa back into District 8. So all of Kalawa, everything north of Kaiminani, is back in a District 8. And there's a very clear, I know it's a jagged line, but it's a very clear line that breaks 8 and 9. It would just be on the north side of the Pu'uanuhulu area. So that's where the clear line is on this proposed. So that line does shift down. You can see the yellow line. That is the current one. And this map shows this one a little bit further south here. And it's not really much of a change in that area, but it is maybe a cleaner line, and welcome to thoughts on that. We've had, and moving into the urban core of Kona, we had, and I do need to change the color of the ocean out here to be more yellow to match its land counterpart. But this does incorporate, most of, and thank you, Chair, for submitting the business district plan for Kona. I know the current map goes a little bit further along Old Kona Airport. This map proposed here brings back Kona Bay and Ali'i Drive into Council 7, as we've heard testimony on. Now moving a little further south, this is where it does change a bit in taking and trying to get those numbers for Council 6 and at least bringing them back a little bit, that Council 6 took Kealakekua. Now, that being said, because it shifted further into Kona, and we had conversations and testimony about that, about Ka'u district being more aligned with the Kona side and some of the watersheds and so forth in the mountain ranges, that allowed to give Council 5 most of its current boundary and more back. So this area outside Glenwood, or if I'm not mistaken, this area here could go back into Council 5 as the previous commission wasn't able to do. And there could be some slight changes around here, like this area could go back into Council 5 as you see the current boundary and it crosses over. Now, as our commissioner from Puna said, that we're trying to keep all of Council 4 together, and Kalapana and Kapoho. Welcome to some thoughts about Keleopuna Rainforest, the Forest Reserve, and shifting that again to give Pahoa its 2 council members. That's a possibility. I'd have to look at the numbers again. And HPP, it is split. This is a change that needs to be made here, and we need to talk about this as a possibility about they'd have to cross back into another district to get back into the district. So need to make a slight change there. And then lastly, going back around, this brings Pane'ewa back into Council 3. So Pane'ewa, Keaukaha are all in one district. And the last thing I want to say about this, and I'll bring up the numbers here so you can see the deviations. You know, they're pushing it a little bit on some areas, but giving Council 1 primarily, and we could give Council 1 a little bit more wiggle room too, as well as Council 6. These areas are very rural areas. Communities are spread out. So it may be best to keep them at a negative count, just for the reason of representation, so that individuals are more connected with that representative and that council member, that they're not, we're not putting too many in those rural spread out areas, but rather they are actually a little bit more overrepresented. It's a counterintuitive when it's a negative number. When it's a negative number, those individuals would be a little bit more overrepresented. Their ratio to their council members greater. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Chair.
Questions and discussion.
Chair, this is
Mr. Yoshina.
I have a question, because we have public comment about, I think from one person who said that Wainaku being in Council 2, this is the proposed plan. He was very happy with that. And I'm okay with the idea of going back to Wailuku River, but I would also like to consider a little movement of that northward to include that person who said that they are happy to see that Wainaku was in Council 2 now. Because for the last reapportionment, he was in Hamakua, and he said he felt no connection with Hamakua. So I'm not certain where that would be, but if we could maybe jog that line north a little bit, could live with that. The second question I have for Mr. Eustace is, if we go to Wailuku River, does that put all of Pionua into one district? That's all I have.
Yeah, that was a question. Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Yoshino, could you restate that question? Sorry, I lost the one word you said there. Which community?
Honua.
Oh, Pihonua. So Pihonua in the map, and I'll put it up on the screen here.
Yeah.
So the Pihonua is currently, like, as of, where our maps are now, is in Council 2, and this would maintain that.
Okay, but Pianua has some people on the north side of Wailuku River
Mhm.
and some on the south side of the river. And the reason I liked Honolulu was that it included that whole area into Council 2. And we had comments on that, written and I don't know if they came to the public hearing, but we have written statements about keeping P and Honua together.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Yoshino. Yeah, this one, as I mentioned, this doesn't, it brought us back to the Wailuku River, and it doesn't take into consideration the testimony received about Wainaku. This census block causes problems here, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Yeah,
if there's some way of including all of Pianoa
Right.
into one district,
right.
that would meet some of the requirements that I have. And by the way, that's the reason why I asked for movement of that boundary line a little northward to maybe Wainaku Stream or Paiviki Stream or something like that. And I understand about the boundary lines, but the block boundaries. But if we did that, then I think I would be in agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. And like I said, this map isn't perfect for me either. So I'm going to jump to, I forgot to talk about where the boundary is for 1 and 9. Yeah, this doesn't take into consideration that part of Pi'i Honua, and I would like to see some possible changes. There's one census block that really prohibits some change, and we have to deal with that. It's just really terrible block. So and I'm not happy about this either. We had there is no way for us to put all of Waimea, all of North Kohala, and all of Waikulla Village in one district. The numbers are too great. So somewhere, somehow, Waimea has to be split. And I don't think some of the testifiers understood that. So it has to be split. And I'm not happy with this change. It brings back part of 9 back towards the original line. It does have to take some of it to give Council 1 just a little bit more edge. But these census blocks here along the edge have a lot of people and would skew that number a bit more, but we can tinker with a little bit. The reason and impetus for this east side of Waimea, just as Mr. Yoshina said, for those individuals that live in Wainaku area, they felt that they didn't feel represented. It's the same case for East Waimea. These people live on the edge of Council 1. There's a big distance between Waimea and Honokaa, the next town over. And so this edge of Waimea, they kind of feel left out. They always have felt left out in this east side of Waimea. And so the impetus for pushing further into Waimea was to give them greater representation and a stronger voting voice there. And I'm happy to go back to some of these where people are more comfortable and what people have been used to for 10 years. It doesn't take into account some of the bigger changes that maybe need to be made and rethought about. And change is hard for people. Bigger changes are hard for people. Thank you.
So James, this is Dwayne again. Yeah, I appreciate the work done. So it's a good conceptually it's a good idea, and I can go out and talk to these guys, but Pionua is one area that we need to remember. And on the south side of District 2, I'm not sure what the numbers would be. I think we're over now. It would be a plus percentage over now. So I was going to suggest that we might be able to move some of the areas on the south side of District 2 from 3 into 2 to make more room for Paneagua. But I guess you took care of that. So far I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshino.
Any further discussion for Mr. Eustis? All right,
Yes,
we'll move-
Beth?
Ms. Bath.
Yeah, James, I am really appreciative of the work you put into this. This was very thoughtfully done. And the fact that you did it in such a short period of time, taking into consideration the testimonies, I cannot thank you enough for your work. I've only just started to overlay the different testimonies. If I may, I'd like to give you some input into your product here. As far as Waiokele Opuna being put back into District 5, I think that it's fine where it is. The fact that it's labeled District 4 doesn't change its access or the spirit that it has on the Fern Acres and Hawaiian Acres communities primarily. So I think that it's fine to keep it in there. I'd like to suggest putting Kaloli Point, I believe it's 204 residents in Hawaiian Paradise Park, back into Paradise Park because the Kaloli Point community was split up. And I don't think it'll change the name significantly. And it'll ease the trauma of the change for HPP. I don't know any other way to do this without taking some of HPP and splitting it, unfortunately. So that would be my recommendation down there. Upper Puna, I think that this is reasonable. I'd like to hear Kau's thoughts on it. Volcano Village and those subdivisions were hoping to go back in Upper Puna. But as I've explained to the people I've spoken with, if each district gives a little from the top and the bottom, we can do this. And I think that this is reasonable for now, provided that Kau's okay with it. I have a concern for Hamakua because they're getting some urban from the south, and then they're getting some of Waimea and that area. But I think there's really no other way to do it unless anybody else has a thought on it. Everybody's giving, and this is what I was seeking, to have a unity, and you've captured this, at least for districts 3, district 4, district 5, and district 6 that I know better than the northern western Hawaiian districts. So I want to thank you for this and just make the suggestions and the tweaks that I have. Mahalo, I yield.
Thank you, Ms.
Chair,
Bath.
this is Dwayne. I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Yoshino.
Yeah, so Mr. Hughes, at the end of our last work session, I had suggested a movement of some of District 2 into District 3. And does this map reflect that, or what was this map before that? You know, the multi-area of High Street, I think.
This map was generated after Tuesday's testimony, so it was pretty recent. And part of High Street remains in seat 3, but some of it shifted into seat 3 as well.
Well, you know, I would request that that revision I had made or suggested be put back into District 2. I mean, since we're already plus on District 2, I think one side of High is in District 3, and the other side should all be in District 2. So,
In this one here, most of it is in seat 3.
yeah.
And with this map, both seat 2 and seat 3 are in the positive, just around 5% over.
Right. Okay. So let me check on that and get back to you just to make sure that I have not forgotten some people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Chair?
Ms. Bath?
Yeah, just one more thing that I noticed. If you go to the border between District 5 and District 3, Steinbach Highway, there are 3 census blocks that, actually there are 4 census blocks. 3 of them are zeros. I think that it would be appropriate to move those into District 5, because there's discussion about the Steinbach Highway as being a redundancy route. So I think that would make more sense than having it at, what do you have it at, North Road, or I can't even, hold on. Anyway, yeah, move it from North Road to Steinbach Highway. Just those 3 blocks.
Okay, I'll take a note of that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I yield.
Any other discussion?
Commissioner Ani.
Ms. Ani?
I just want to agree with Commissioner Bath about the potential of Steinbach Highway being in District 5. Just looking at the urban contour and the suburban contour of that space. So I do want to support that. I yield.
Mahalo, Ms. Ani. Any other discussion? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hustis, for introducing this map and having us discuss it with it. We're going to move over to Mr. Lopez's map, and then I'll pass it over to Mr. Lopez. You just want to wait till Mr. Hustis posts it on top of the Zoom platform here. And I'm sorry, what was the name of the title of your map?
Draft plan fix Kalawa and KVBA.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, I've shared your map. It is called Draft Plan Fix Kalawa and KVBID. So this is the map that Mr. Lopez has shared with everyone. And did you submit this one, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, I did. On Thursday, waiting for all public testimony to be completed. So not to bias any conversation. All right. The message was loud and clear. Well, I call it the vocal minority because of the tens of thousands of people that are involved in this. I would say maybe a half dozen in District 8 really came out and voiced their concerns. So I applaud them for that. The two issues were Kalawa and the Kailua Village Business Improvement District. So what I did in addressing those concerns was move Kalawa from District 9 into District 8, which is what they loudly wanted. That created a census block move of about just under 1,600 people. So that blew the numbers all to hell. Some of the testimony said by doing these two changes, it would introduce some small changes around the island. Well, that clearly communicates to me there's a lack of understanding of what we're trying to do. And I have to give them credit because they don't know all the details that we know, all the parameters that we operate under. So they can just speak viscerally and request things. But these are not small changes as it impacts our maps. So looking at my map there, you can see I put Kalawa all in District 8. And then I got a copy of the Kailua Village Business Improvement District, which begins just behind Kona Commons, or right where the border of Queen Liliuokalani Park is, and goes up to the courthouse and clear down to the resort area where Waloa Road branches out. And many of you don't know what I'm talking about. And that's the same thing I feel, obviously, when we're talking about things on the east side. I'm not familiar. And I'm not presumptuous enough to be able to tell you how your district line should be. And I compliment Mr. Hustis because he has a much greater knowledge of these neighborhoods and across the island than I do. But I can't go there. So I can only offer District 8 and hope that individually you as commissioners are addressing the needs of your communities. So looking at this map, you see the upper area. The Kailua Village Business Improvement District is a line not associated with census blocks. It is a line of business where the business district is bordered. But when you go and move the business district into District 7, which is what was requested, you move census blocks, as you know. So that's why these areas are much bigger than really the business district is. And it proceeds down. What I try to do and have tried to do all along is protect the urban core, the traditional core of Kailua in District 8, which is where the seat of the west side is. I didn't want District 8 to become a bedroom community, as I saw in the map we just looked at, and really goes back to the same map, same appearance that Chair Casau introduced, which I had objected to, taking the heart of Kailua Kona out and making us a bedroom community. So I've seen we've gone back to that in the last map, and I'm trying to maintain that aspect. It goes to many of the conversations and many of the testimony about keeping people together in common interests, in common needs, in common accessibility, and so on. So I offer this map as a consideration to address the 2 points that came out. One, keep Kalawa together, because the southern border of that Kalawa area is where the dividing line was in our draft plan between District 9 and District 8, and it put them in District 9. Well, understandably, the population of that census block is primarily in the south. So to put, and their proximity to Kailua Town is much stronger than their relationship to Waimea. So it made perfect sense, although it killed our deviations, it makes perfect sense to put them in District 8. Likewise, the Business Improvement District is presently under the leadership of District 7. And so it didn't make sense to break that up into District 8 and District 7. So I agree with that change also. And that's the purpose of my focus in this area of the island to address those concerns. And I ask you to consider this as you progress through the final map. Now, what it does do, this one, it increased the deviation in District 8 from a minus 0.89 to plus 379, which, we're still acceptable range. For D7, it went from a minus 499, I believe, to a plus 653. So I have to leave it to District 7 to understand what changes they may want to make. And District 9 got nuked. Went from a deviation of, I don't remember what it was, acceptable, and now it's at minus 14%. But in looking at this, I thought, well, maybe this gives room for District 9 to recover those parts of Waimea that the public really wants to see kept in 9. And the domino effect, of course, we all deal with. It's going to extend around the island, but it may also give District 6 the ability to bring Volcano back over to the Puna side and alleviate what I understand the problem was District 6 is representation across 2 hours of distance. So again, I offer this map, again, strictly focused on the testimony for District 8, my district, how it affects District 7, and perhaps yield some flexibility for the other districts with the changes in deviation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. If I can just comment, I do thank you for your compromise too on in the draft plan you did take a hit bringing District 9 into Kalawa, and then some of the other changes that we had made. So I really, really appreciate that. As for the testimony that we received regarding the Business Improvement District, I do agree with that since the council member does primarily sit on that board. There was a communications that I sent out to everybody that included the map. If you want to take a little bit more of a look into that, I think that this is probably one of the best things we can do to accommodate it based off of the deviations. And it sucks based off of the census blocks, obviously, because now it climbs up into the what is that area called? That Liliuokalani? Is that Liliuokalani area on the Malka portion? Subdivision?
Well, it's a Shogun part.
Yes, okay.
Right behind the Ross.
Right. So when you drive up through Henry Street to the top right, this big census block right there, going up Palani Road, there's like one portion of it that's absolutely nothing, and then a neighborhood on the far top part. And that connects down, and then the bottom portion is in the Business Improvement District. So I understand why you put that in there. Yeah, this part is going to be very difficult for us, I think. And if you can, Mr. Hughes, if you can scroll down. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's Nani Kailua. Yeah, this one's it's going to be very difficult just in general, but I would like to work with you on that to see how we can do that. And of course, it's going to affect District 9, Mr. Hustis, and it's going to affect Mr. Alkamu. So I think it's going to Mr. Akamu's district is probably going to head more northward. And then Mr. Hustis is probably going to head more towards Waimea. My thinking, at least.
So,
Go ahead.
so to your comment about that upper right area, yeah.
Mhm.
Just to clarify, the business district, it down to the south of that point, it goes into that census block.
Right, right.
So either you don't include that in KVBID or you include it in District 7,
Yeah.
right? So you don't have a choice if you're going to include the business district as in District 7. That's got to go.
Yeah, it's a tough one too.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't like the map. The map, that's an ugly map, but
Yeah.
trying to satisfy the powers that be.
Chair, question.
Go ahead, Mr. Hustis.
This is a question for Mr. Lopez and you, Chair. In a case like this, with this large census block that touches down on its Makai portion, in the business district, and then more residential up on the Mauka area, is this a census block that would be worth adding to our irregular block list for submission to state elections and Census Bureau?
Yeah, I think so. Mostly because one portion of it is like all business and the other portion is all homes.
I don't,
Thank you.
in looking at that map, I don't, can you zoom in? Because I don't see any streets inside there that like subdivisions, homes.
Yeah, the subdivisions.
I see the number.
Yeah.
There they are up at the north end. Yeah. So there's where our population is. So there's a lot of just empty land between that and where the business district zone comes in. So to answer your question, Mr. Hustis, yes, I agree. This is ugly.
I wonder if taking the bottom portion of Anekehopolole Highway, where that 161 is, would make it just clean it up a little bit. But then we get into sort of a deviation issue.
Well, certainly, I just submitted it for consideration. You want to play with it? Great. My concern is maintaining the urban core around Kailua Kona instead of making it a bedroom community.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Is there any other questions for Mr. Lopez's map here?
I yield.
Okay. If we can go over to Brenda Ford's map, I know that there was some public testimony. Actually, maybe I guess I forgot. I should ask the commission whether or not they would like to proceed, because these are the only two maps that were introduced from this past week. So we can look at some other maps, or we can go back to the regular working draft and start making some moves there. So I would open that up for discussion, and I'm good with whatever whatever the commission wants to do. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, personally, I'd like to work on developing the final map and not revisit history over and over and over. There's some good data in there, and we may draw from that in our discussion, but to go and review those maps, 2 or 3 others, it's killing me. Let's just get this fixed. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Is there any other discussion for this?
Chair, Commissioner Bath?
Ms. Bath, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wanting some of the other commissioners' thoughts on the two maps that have been presented that might not have given any at this point, if they're willing to do that.
I'm sorry, what two maps are you referring to?
The Eustis map from this morning, the two that we just discussed, the Lopez and the Eustis maps.
Right. You wanted to hear more from that?
Yeah, I wanted to hear from any of the other commissioners that might have thoughts on it. If
I
they're,
see. I see. Thank you. Thank you
I
for
yield.
for that. Um, Mr. Akamu.
Thank you, Chair. I also appreciate Commissioner Justus's work on this map, and I think it's a really good compromise. For myself, just thinking how we can include some of those Upper Puna communities back into Council District 5, so I'm glad that we're able to work on that. I know from the last redistricting commission, that was something that came out of the folks from that area, so I'm glad that we were able to do that. I'm okay with pushing into South Kona more. I'm okay with the changes that's been presented so far. Yeah, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Akamu. Any other discussion? Without hearing any, I'm going to move over to our working draft. Mr. Hustis, do you mind pulling that up?
Number one, Chair,
Whatever our current
the current proposed one.
current proposal. Yeah, we should be able to work on.
You want to work from that one?
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the map that I showed this morning was built off of that one.
It was built. Okay.
It was built off of that one, but we can definitely go back for the sake of clarity. Can really build off of one.
I think, and maybe Miss Mellon Lacey can clarify this for myself. But since it is the draft and it is something that we voted on, we should work on that, work on that, and then use your map as a guidance if that's what the commission wants to.
You got it, Chair. No problem. I can put up the proposed draft plan then.
Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you.
So this is the draft proposed plan I'll put up on the screen. As we recall, it's the same as working doc 1-4.
Chair Costa?
Is that Miss Bath?
No, this is Diana Mellon Lacey.
Miss Mellon Lacey, thank you.
Yeah, you know, in looking at the code, it's not real prescriptive about how you proceed to amend or change the map after the public hearings. So it's not a lot of guidance to offer you there. I mean, it says this is in 36(8)(c) of the code. Any alternate plans submitted for consideration that the commission has not formally rejected for just cause during public hearings shall continue to be considered by the commission for the remaining public hearings and meetings until a final plan is selected. So I don't think you're prohibited from going back to earlier versions if they're helpful in pressing ahead to reach a final product. But as the code stands, it doesn't really give a lot of direction.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just for clarity too, and we would have to create a motion to if we wanted to work on, let's say, Mr. Hughes' or Mr. Lopez's map, will we have to table the current draft based off of the previous meetings as we voted on that map?
Well, I think that it's important to refer to the current, and this is just my opinion because this is not in the code, but in order to enable the public to follow the changes that you're making, I think it's important to refer to that, the draft that was presented at the public hearings, and then, show how the new changes that you want to make will affect that map. I mean, I don't see another way where the public could follow what you're doing if you went to a completely different map. But that's my opinion. I don't have something here that really gives us a guideline. But I think it is important that the public can track the changes you're making.
Thank you, Ms. Mellon Lacy. Okay. Mr. Lopez? do you
Yeah,
have something?
I have to agree with that sentiment because there's no further public hearings. There's no further opportunity for the public to view maps other than what they might see on the website. So to interject something completely different at them now would be bad. So I have to agree with that sentiment. Keep what we have that's been viewed and modify that to fit the needs, and particularly demonstrate how we are employing much of the valid testimony that was given to us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lopez. Is there any other discussion? Okay, we'll go to the working draft. Excuse me, the draft prior to the, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so up on the screen share, I have working doc 1.4, which is the same as the proposed draft plan, which the public was able to see. And I'll just tab between these. This is the same one. The redistricting commission draft plan is the same as working doc 1.4. That was just a progression for the public to follow. So we went from 1 to 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and then 1.4 became the commission draft plan. So here on the editing software, I have that map up here. And from here, we can make the changes based upon previous discussion and testimony. Chair, will lead it up to you where you want to kind of dive in first.
Question?
Mr. Lopez.
This says read only. So we're going to be able to
Yeah, I believe you
work
should.
on this and keep it.
So Mr. Lopez, I will, as soon as I make any sort of edits, I can retitle it and save it as a new file.
Okay, it'll be a new file. Thank you.
And I welcome any thoughts on a title.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we'll save whatever work we do here. Okay.
I think let's start with the border between District 3 and 5. Based on the conversations that we had yesterday and the public that came out. If Ms. Ani is available, maybe if you can give us clear guidance of what you would want to see for this map to ensure that's in the deviation and how far back Pana Eva could go.
Aloha, Chair, Commissioner Ani.
Ms. Ani, go ahead. Thank you.
Mahalo again for allowing me to participate in this this redistricting. I do see the concerns of the district that I preside in, and I think I'm very thankful that we have had people who come testify and actually come with solutions, because a lot of times being the youngest and the newest to the table as a commissioner, there's still a lot that I had to learn. So I think one of the solutions that was offered that we may be able to kind of maybe put into practice right now is moving that Pana Eva boundary out to where the shipment McNutt Road is, and try to see where those numbers lie. I believe, yes.
Chair, is it permissible for me to make these changes?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So this is Macadamia Road here. Unfortunately, there's a census block along the ocean that is monstrous. But so they can make that switch there. There's also a clear line at Kayal Road too, if that's a possibility, but can always go back. So there's the changes there at Macadamia Road. And putting Panieva in one contiguous group there.
And can you read off the deviation?
So currently, this is off of the proposed draft plan, made those changes. So Council 3 is 7.96% over. So that's a positive gain of 1,770. And its neighboring community, Council 5, is negative 3.65, which is negative 812 individuals.
Ms. Ani, do you have any other comments for this, for the District 3?
Mr. Chairman, may I just interrupt for a second? We have a problem. The screen that you're showing and working on right now is 1.5 by 2 inches on my screen. Is there some reason that it is not expanded fully?
I'm not sure what that issue is. Maybe it's a
Okay.
Zoom problem.
Okay,
You might have to open that up onto,
okay, let me try. I'll get out of here right now.
Chair Commissioner Ani.
Ms. Ani.
Thank you for going through that process. I remember one of the solutions offered from the public was looking at that high cutoff and seeing if those Puna of high was considerably in the more development stage of District 5. Is that going to help in the deviations? I yield.
Ms. Bath, do you have any comments on District 5 going into high?
Yeah, thank you for asking. High doesn't really represent Upper Puna. I heard those testimonies and appreciated them. However, I'm not sure that the testifiers understood that High does not have substandard subdivisions. They do have the cul-de-sacs and things that they spoke of. I'm wondering if maybe the testifiers were aligning more with the KO ag lots. But High definitely wouldn't be wise because it would give us numbers that we don't need, and it would deprive us of the census blocks that we do need to have voice. So I would think that that might not be such a good idea. I really like Mr. Eustis's map with the couple of tweaks. I yield.
Chair Katsal, Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshino.
Yeah, so one question I have is does this revision put Paneva and Kilkaha together? I think that was a requests made.
Yep.
by public
Thank you for the
comment.
question, Mr. Yoshina. This is the current working draft that we previously had. And the request from Ms. Ani was to kind of come up with the idea of where the line should go. And so currently, this places Pana Eva into Council District 3.
Does it also include Kilkaha?
That is correct.
So all of Kilkaha and Panayeva, the HHL lands or communities are
District three.
are now in District 3.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yoshina.
Could I ask for a small concession here or a request?
Yes.
Okay. At the previous meeting, I had requested that a block, I don't know the numbers here, but upper high, we put them into Council 3. I would like to ask that they be put back into Council 2.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yoshina. Can you speak up to the mic? So to summarize, though, you wanted
Yeah, at our last work session, I asked that, and I don't know the census block numbers, but if you go up High Street, there was a rectangular block that I requested be put into Council 3. But I would ask that be put back into Council 2. I think, yeah, those that have been highlighted in yellow. Right. Can you put that in 2? Yeah, thank you. I think that that population shift will help Council 3 a little bit, or gives a little bit more wiggle room. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. So the deviation now for Council 2 is 11.6% at 2,579. Council District 3 is negative 6.2 at negative 1,378. It sounds like my thinking is that we'll have to take some of Council 2 in order for Council 3 to get into part of HPP. So to allow Council 5 to get into Upper Puna. Does anybody have objections to that?
No, Chair, and to go back to some of the discussion we had before and with Commissioner Bath, we'd have to push Council 5 further south. So Council 3 needs to take more of Council 5 in this current map here.
Commissioner Bath?
Go ahead, Ms. Bath.
Yeah, James, can you, since you have your map more in your mind, can you overlay what you proposed onto this map? I yield.
Unfortunately, I don't know if I can switch back and forth between them. That's probably the best I can do. So let me save this one, and then we can open.
You know what you could do is you can log in into another, like you can have 2.
Will it not kick me out of one of the
No.
sessions?
No.
Okay.
Well, I've been doing it the whole time, so.
Okay, I will do that.
Since we're heading over to 11 o'clock, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break, 5-minute recess. Come back here about 11:03.
Chair, just one thing. Can we save that file before before I open up another one, just in case? Is
Yeah.
there a title you'd
Go,
like me to
go right
use?
ahead. Yep.
Is there a title that you prefer?
Working draft 1-5.
All right.
Thank you. All right, calling the meeting back into order.
Okay. Is it this side?
Chair?
Ms. Bath.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
just a thought.
so
It's nothing that
everything on
has
this
to
side, huh?
be.
I can give
I'm
that
wondering
because each
if
house
we
is
can,
But
if the other commissioners would be
on the
okay with us
guys on this side of
taking
the
James's
line
map
and this
for
side of the line.
districts 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6 for now,
But you in here.
and then focusing on, I'm concerned about
Yeah.
that improvement district in
this side.
Kona and trying to work that in. To me, that's the big issue. So if we can maybe, for purposes of discussion,
Okay.
adopt James's last map and then
Let's see, I can give-
tweak
I
that
can give up
improvement
to
district,
16,
which
but-
seems to be a pretty big issue.
We'll just figure it
Uh,
out.
I didn't know if that would
Okay.
save some time and wanted to hear from what the other commissioners thought about that.
Okay.
Just a thought. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Why don't you go ahead and make that into a motion? We would have, Mr. Hustis would have to readjust the map that we were just working on, just because that's the working draft map. So it would just take him some time to add this onto the map. So why don't you go ahead and make into the motion, and then also be careful of the word adopt.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I move that we work off of Mr. Eustis's most current map that's been shared, whatever the number or the name of that is. And we use that as our current working map. That we, for purposes of the working, wait, can you scratch that? That's too wording. I move that we work off of Mr. Eustis's most recent submitted map and make the adjustments that are needed, particularly with the improvement district in Kailua Village.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Yoshina. Motion's on the table. Any discussion? Mr. Lopez.
Yes, that's completely contradictory to what we discussed going into this, that we want to minimize the change of the appearance of a map to the public. That the public saw the draft plan. That's the one we need to fix, and we need to demonstrate how their testimony was taken to address that map. So I would have to disagree with this motion to produce a new map, very different from what we have. Just for semblance of continuity.
So, point of clarification, please.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, isn't the draft that we're working on the draft that we approved or adopted?
That the draft, prior to working on it this morning, that draft is the draft that we went to the public hearings.
Right, so isn't that, or wasn't that Mr. Hustis's map?
No,
Yeah.
Mr. Hustis's map was something else.
Chair. Commissioner Bath.
Hold on one second. Mr. Yoshina
I'm
still has
sorry.
the floor.
Are you?
Thank you,
I'm a
Mr.
little
Yoshida.
bit confused there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Ms. Bath.
Sorry about that, Dwayne. I understood that Corp Council told us that we had some, at least I understood that Corp Council said that we had some flexibility on how we move forward from here. Perhaps I misunderstood her.
I was under the impression that we would have to work on the draft map. And if you wanted to have Mr. Hustis's map on there, he would have to fix the current draft map.
thank you for that clarification. I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bath.
I'd like to make a new motion. I don't know if it's necessary or not.
Ms. Bath, go ahead with your motion.
Yeah, I move that Mr. Eustace take some time to overlay what he has created onto the working draft map. And that we.
Motion's on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Yoshina. Any discussion? Mr. Lopez.
Yes. We've been sitting here for 10 weeks or 10 sessions. We keep going over the same turf. Let's go back and revisit this. Let's go back and revisit that. While I don't disagree with some of the sentiment about the positive nature of Mr. Eustace's map, to give him time to overlay is going to add some time to this session. It's already December 17th, 18th. We have December 21st, and we better get moving, folks, or we're going to be here New Year's Eve going over the same questions, the same, let's look at this, let's look at that. Please, I suggest that we just buckle down, take the draft map plan, apply the testimony to it, and we can look at various options as presented by in Mr. Eustace's map and in my map that came out after the draft plan. But to try to overlay or integrate without due process of the testimony, I think is the wrong thing, a waste of time. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah,
Ms. Bath.
Commissioner Beth, yeah. So I didn't think that we were starting over. I really appreciated James's work and his consideration of the testimonies. And because I thought he did such a fair and thoughtful job that if we take his fair and thoughtful job and apply it to the draft, I thought it would actually, I think that it will actually save us time because it's incorporating all of the testimonies in a fair and a reasonable way. So to me, I mean, it was a gift to me this morning to see that map. I could not believe what a product it was in such a short amount of time. And I am confident that James can overlay, when I say overlay, take what he put and present it to this commission in the draft plan that we're speaking of. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Any other discussion? Mr. Akamu.
Mahalo, Chair. I think I understand what Commissioner Bath is attempting to do, and I understand what Commissioner Lopez is also referring to in terms of, we got to get moving on this. Just in terms of District 6, I would like to adjust our working draft map to accept the changes on the Puna volcano side for what he did for Ka'u. So I would just like to see those changes reflected in our working draft. Not going back and readopting or rehashing, but our working draft doesn't have those adjustments yet. And I would like to see that for Ka'u as we move forward. So I do think if Mr. Hassis can go and make those changes in Ka'u, it would help us move that along a bit quicker. So I think if we can adopt some of the changes, it'll get our working draft to a place where we can keep moving it forward. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akamwe. Mr. Lopez and then Mr. Yoshino.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Akamu. That's exactly why I introduced that map that I did. And it was only for my area, District 8. I wanted to fix the draft plan map for the testimony that came in for District 8, and it did affect District 7. So That's the perspective. Let's fix the map we've got. And each of you know what you need to accomplish, and let's adjust the map that way. Mr. Eustace' input is valuable. I think we can refer to it if you liked what he did for your district. But again, let's focus on fixing the draft map plan. Thank you.
Mr. Yoshino.
Yeah, I think that was my understanding of Commissioner Bass's motion, is that we were working on the draft and she wanted to see the overlays of our suggestions on that map. So I don't see where we have a disagreement here. It's just maybe a misunderstanding of what is being tried or what is being attempted with the request. Thank you. Are you?
Thank you. Perhaps it's maybe the language of it, because maybe it just has Mr. Eustace completing, doing the whole changes versus going around and, all of us kind of saying, well, actually, no, so maybe it's the language of the motion.
I withdraw the motion, and
Motion withdrawn.
I would like to, as District 5, I would like to adopt for District 5 what Mr. Eustace has with the tweak to the Steinbeck Highway that I had previously discussed, and also for District 4, the Kaloli Point inclusion. I think it was the census block that had 200 and something people in it for now.
Okay, motion's on the table. Is there a second?
Oh, that wasn't a motion. That was
Oh,
just.
I'm sorry.
That was just.
I was under the impression it was.
No, it's just what I
Okay.
would like to do. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we just go back to the working draft that we currently have.
So Chair, up on the screen is a working draft of the 5th iteration of our working doc number 1. So this is 1-5, which is based off of 1-5 comes after 1-4, which 1-4 is the plan, the proposed plan.
Okay, and Miss Bath, your recommendation is to utilize Mr. Eustace's map plan for Council District 5. Is that correct?
That is correct with the
Okay.
tweak, the one tweak.
Thank you, Miss Bath. So, Mr. Eustace, go ahead and adjust Council District 5 to the map that you introduced this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the map I have up on the screen is working doc 1-5. And the second one where the colors are a little bit different, this is the proposed plan I had from this morning after hearing all the testimony. So I'm going to be moving the changes that you see here for Council 5 to reflect what is on the draft plan here, with the suggestion from Commissioner Bath about Steinbeck, which is this section over here. If you can see that, it's above. So the yellow hash line is the current as of today. And then this is the area above up to Steinbeck. So I will make those changes. I'm just going to be going back and forth between them.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Louie. Let the record show Ms. Louie is here.
And just to be clear, the tricky thing with the proposals here, Chair, this may not hold up with residents if they're coming down the Keao Bypass Road. If they're already in District 3, they would be crossing over District 4 to get back into District 3. Does that make sense? So this is be coming down the Pajol Road, and if you wanted to get into these areas, you'd be crossing. I don't know. It's a point of contention because you'd be using a shared road between the districts, so it could go either way. But let me just add Ms. Bath's other suggestion for the point out here. Oh, no. So right now it's all in 4. I could leave it like that for right now, so we can see the numbers. And then we may have to make some shifts right now. So right now 4 is really high.
Chair?
I'll go to Mr. Lopez and then to Ms. Bath.
This is the draft map that we're modifying. So could you eliminate the current district line, that yellow, that's what the yellow hash is, right?
You got it.
It's confusing. Thank you.
No problem. It just helps me, but that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, yield. Thank you. Ms. Bath, thank you.
Yeah, I think that instead of adding that whole triangle HPP part, can you reverse what you just did? Would it be possible for you to hit that?
Well, some of that was already in 4, so I have to, if you can be specific on which parts.
Yeah, Kaloli Point, there's a census block that's 200 and something people right up on the point of Kaloli. I believe that you could include that without taking that whole section of HPP and adding it, because that's going to throw everything off.
I'll just refer, if you don't mind, I can refer to the proposed one. And I'll just make it those slight changes as you mentioned. And we can readjust accordingly. So this is the proposed. It only goes a couple blocks back, but we'll need to be focused on that. Okay. So Kalohi Point there, Commissioner Bath is part of 4 now.
That's correct. Thank you. I yield.
And then I'll just keep following your guidance, Commissioner Bath, on the other end of Council 5 and moving some of these communities back into Council 5. So I'm going to be, yeah,
Okay,
so I'll just be switching back and forth again.
So going up towards the park. Yeah. Okay, can you zoom in there? Because I think it would be nice if we could have some more of that back, but did you include that next block?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and include that one then. It would be nice to take a little bit more, but I don't know that we'll be able to. So let's just go with that for now.
And Commissioner Bath, I welcome your thoughts on this area here. Just, I'm not familiar with this area. It is a marked for DHHL.
Yeah, that's Hawaiian Homes land. There's a block in there, so I would actually yield to District 3 Commissioner on that.
I can leave it for now because I didn't include it in my proposal. Yeah, so we can leave it
Okay.
there for now, but I'll zoom out so you can see the Council 5 seat. It puts Council 5 at a positive of 3.71. That's a positive deviation of about 825 individuals. And with this current version, with these changes, Council 4 is 1.83% positive with 400 positive gain. We will have to tackle Council 3 because they've gained a bit more, but we can come back to that.
I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bath. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hustis regarding this iteration for Upper Puna and Lower Puna? If not, we'll go into Council District 3 and Council District 2. Okay, Mr. Hustis.
Thank you, Chair. Is there some sort of guidance? I welcome guidance from our fellow commissioners here too. Because in this case, Council 3 is 10.62% over, which is 2,362. And since we moved it further south, that means Council 2 will have to move further south as well. That's my guess.
So this is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, Mr. Hustis, how much of a deviation am I positive now?
Both councils 2 and 3 are positive, both over 10% positive.
Okay. Thank you.
So in this iteration, Council 2 needs to go into a little bit more into Council 3, and then Council 1 needs to go into Council 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have a starting point they want to have a discussion on, or have Mr. Hustis change?
So Mr. Hustis, this is Dwayne again. The northern boundary of Council 2, is that the Wailuku River boundary now?
No, it's based off of our draft plan. So that's at Honolulu.
Okay, so, well, that's really, I think we need to hear from Council District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshina. Ms. Louie is on the call, so she can, Ms. Louie, do you mind unmuting yourself? I think
Yes,
you're
sorry.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, I think I think what I really agreed what you said earlier, Commissioner Yoshina, which is to move it down from Honolulu, but if we could even keep it, a little bit north of Wailuku, that would be great. If we absolutely have to go back to the river because of the numbers, then I guess we have to. People are used to that. I actually feel worse about Honua than I do about Wainaku, because that was a community that was being split. It wasn't just an identity issue. Yeah, but I don't know if there's another good breaking point, if maybe like closer to Pauka'a. I don't know. Dwayne, help me here too.
Yeah, I had suggested either Kaiviki or Kaiviki Stream or Wainaku Stream, but I'm not certain where the census block boundaries are on those. I do remember that when we tried to use Wainaku Stream, it was really an ugly, it was not pleasant to look at. But I don't really care about the way it looks.
Right. Agreed.
Okay, so if you can find Wainaku stream or Kaiviki stream.
which is in between.
Yeah, and
A little bit
it would
lower.
split a block, census block, I think.
Sorry, I'm just looking for like a clear break on the coast there for the stream. I see Puki High Stream where one of the census block runs along.
Yeah.
And some of these
okay.
aren't marked on the map. There's another one here that looks, just based upon its shape, looks like a stream census block.
Mhm.
I see a couple roads that could be potential as well. Ma'ili,
Yeah.
that's off of Honolulu, so.
Mr. Jesus, I have a question. If they just, if there was an issue with like a Malcolm Mackay, because right now the census block is based off of Malcolm Mackay. The connectivity between, let's say, if we decided to take Council District 2 and leave the Mackay portion into 2, and then the one portion up on the Malka side, would there be an issue with connectivity?
Possibly, as we've talked about, there's one census block and can kind of pick it out here. This census block is going to cause some problems for us because it touches Honolulu and then it borders Pi'ihonua. So we have to find a way to work around it somehow.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking of, because I guess that defeats the purpose if it goes all the way down that side. But if there was a road on the Malka side, would that be an issue if you had the more Mackay portions in District 2 and then the Malka portions in District 1? But I don't think that's going to be realistic.
It's possible. It may look really bizarre and ugly, but we can try and do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the census block that's ugly. It's not our work.
Yeah, and we can use it as justification anyway. Because it's not our, it is the Census Bureau that forced that.
Yeah, so working with what we have, it may have to be ugly.
Yeah.
But
And I don't think there's population up there,
yeah,
frankly.
I think that's a good idea. If we take that, does it go into Pi'ihonua or does it just border on it?
I really would defer to you, commissioners, because where the boundary of Pi'ihonua is and what roads. This census block, this one that's really odd, I think there are people that live in it. There are 79 people, so it might be part of Pi'ihonua, but I'm not sure where that line is.
Okay, I don't think it is, but maybe Dwayne, I thought Pi'ihonua was a little bit closer to the Wailuku River. At least the camps.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. Okay.
Commissioner Ani, do you have any idea about that?
I believe that there's a DHHL property above Pionua. But I don't know where that is, begins and ends.
Well, let's take it for one and see what happens. And
so if I'm traveling south towards Hilo and coming through Council 1, you want me to push this Council 1 a little bit further south then to some of these clear boundaries? Okay. Is there some direction I could go? Any sort of guidance you could give me? And we can try and stay away from pushing all the way to Wailuku at first, and then see what other areas are possible.
yeah, if we just keep going south a little at a time, we'll
Okay.
see how far we have to go. That's getting a lot better.
Kaiviki Road, okay. So Kaiviki Road's going up here, so their homes up above. Kaiviki. Still a positive of 9% for Council 2.
Yeah, take a few more of those Malka ones.
So 8% there. Let's see. Could take it to Kaiviki Road as a possibility. There's.
Yep.
So that would put Council 2 at 7%.
Can you find Wainaku Stream on the map?
This map doesn't have a name. I don't see Wainaku Stream, but I'm guessing it's this one here. It's south of Wainaku, is that correct?
Yeah, it's well.
Yeah, it's not. It's not labeled on the map, Commissioner Yoshina, but I think it's this one. It's just north of Klemakina Park. Is that correct?
Yeah, that I think that's it. Could you draw a line there?
Sure.
What-
So if I can move the boundary there to Wainaku Stream, then let's see what that looks like.
Right.
Okay, so I think that's actually, it says it's a totally different stream. Up Mauka, it says it's Spooky High Stream.
Okay.
So that's okay.
But that's that's just south of Wainaku. And that puts Council 2 at 5% over. So a more reasonable number there.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so if we leave it there, as you can see, there's still this one tricky census block that wraps Amauka and goes back up to Honolii, and I'm not sure. We could throw that all in one or keep it in two, and I don't know if it has a connectivity issue or not.
Let's leave it for now and see what we need to do up at the top.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, commissioners. Let's go over to between the districts of 2, excuse me, yes, 2 and 3.
All right, Chair. So I'm at showing kind of that more core of Hilo between 2 and 3. Once again, 2 is at 5% and 3 is at 10%. So we have to balance it out a little bit by giving 2 a little bit more. And we could even look at some of these census blocks I missed down here in HPP and give that to 3, or give some to 4 rather. Give that to 4.
Yeah, perhaps we'll do that with the HPP first,
Okay.
and then we'll go over to some parts that we discussed with Mr. Yoshina.
Okay. So one of the things that Mr. Yoshina said was to put more of the Mauka area of High Street back into Council 2. So that was the change we made before we had a break here. So they're back in 2. But if there are other changes in Hilo that we could make to try and smooth it out a little bit more, I think this is a possibility. And maybe change some of the oddities that are along Manono Street or Kavili Street as possible.
Okay. Yeah, let's start with HPP first.
Okay.
And then we can come back and kind of see where it needs to change the deviation.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so once again, as a reminder, 4 is, and Commissioner Bath, I did just so you're, and you can see on the map there, the couple of blocks that jump over Pahoa Road that I guess are part of HPP, they're all with HPP. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just moving basically one census block at a time here, Chair, just to try and bring the numbers down a little bit. If I went, for example, if I went all the way to Railroad, it would put 4 at 7.5, which might be a little too high if we consider where we have to spread the population, but we could leave it there like that. I'm not certain about this street along Shower, but it does balance 3 there. I know there's this big chunk out of HPP in the Mackay area though.
So we have to subtract from Council 4, right?
Maybe it just depends on, it has to be, stay within what number it was again, 5.9, right?
5.9. Oh, look, Santa's here. Oh. Interesting.
5.99, Chair?
5.99.
Okay,
What
so let me find,
what did 5 have again? It's not on the screen. What was the deviation for 5 now?
5 is at 371.
Okay, so you could still move a little of 4 into 5. Got a
That's
little bit-
possible too. It is possible, yeah, just to smooth it a little bit.
Right.
Let's see.
And 4 and 5 work so closely together, I think, don't they, Stephanie? So in a way, the boundaries
I'm
between.
sorry, I got distracted by Santa Claus. What was it? What did you say?
No, I was saying, the boundaries between 4 and 5 are probably less critical than between, 3 and 5 or something like that, because it's Upper and Lower Puna. Is that true or no?
Well,
So if we
8
move a little,
Highway 111 is sort of the breaking point between Upper and Lower Puna, but it's actually Orchid Land and that area down there, like with Kayao, that whole border along 130 really is not really the Upper Puna that I was concerned about's voice. It's almost like a middle Puna. And so there's some flexibility down here, tweaking in this area. I wish Commissioner from District 4 was here. What are you suggesting doing?
but just moving a little bit more of 4 into 5 because of the numbers. If you could take a little bit more of HPP right there where the arrow is now, for example.
So I wouldn't move any of 4 into 5, because then their voice is going to be in 3 areas instead of 2. The only reason those 4 census blocks that are kind of in District 5 are with District 4 is because those 4 blocks are actually HPP. And so their voice is with HPP. I wouldn't move. There's really nothing more to move into District 5. I mean, what were you looking at? I'm not clear on what you.
Well, just 4 was over, but now it's 3. So
I'm just trying to keep in mind connectivity here right now. What are our numbers now?
3 is at 7.87, and 4 is at 4.95. So somehow need to unload a little bit from Council 3.
What are the population numbers that go with that?
So Council 3 is at 7.87 positive, which is 1,749. And Council 4 is 4.59 positive, which is 1,020.
So 4 can be okay the way it is. 3's got to shift and there's no room to shift into 2.
Just a little bit. So on the proposed map I had earlier, that's why I had moved the border back down to Wailuku so that 2 could take more of 3 and really smooth the numbers out. And I know we're trying to keep Pihonua together.
Yeah.
Chair, what is 5? What are the numbers on 5 now?
Commissioner Bath, 5 is 3.71% positive, which is 825.
Give me a minute here. We might be able to take some out of 3.
Oh my, look at Council 6 though. Ay.
Yeah, we'll have to tackle that one next here.
Chair?
Ms. Bath?
Yeah, James, I'm wondering, what was James's, what did he do there in K-Out Town? He gave, oh, I think this is what he did here. James, I'm wondering if James can look at his plan and move something out of 3 into 5. It's going to be kind of hard though, because that's like downtown KL.
Commissioner, who's this? This is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshina?
This iteration on the map now, does that include those 2 blocks or block areas from that we moved from 3 to 2 earlier?
Along High Street, Mr.
Yes.
Yoshina?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
there are a couple blocks in there. There's quite a large population there and along High.
Right. So we moved that back into 2, right?
It is in 2, correct?
Okay. And with that, we have 5 over. Is
Yes,
that-
5%. Yes, 1,114.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, one of the strong repeated testimony had to do with Hawaiian homelands. And I haven't heard us discussing any of that yet, although I see there's some up there, the top corner 3. Are we addressing that in in these things?
Yep, Mr. Lopez, I think I can answer that. So the first part of what we did here was add Pana Eva, which was originally in 5 in our draft, and we put that into 3. So Pana Eva and Kilkaha, which is right there, is all together. So that addresses that from the public hearings.
Thank you. I see it. Thank you.
Mr. Justice, what did you do for in your map for that, for 3 that made it into an acceptable deviation?
Let's see, so the screen, the map up on the screen is from my proposal this morning. It pushes into part of HPP, but once again, and then this area along Steinbach doesn't really change much of the deviation. It's low population and very, very few in this area. But what made the change possible and doable was bringing the line back down to Wailuku River, so that 2 could take more of 3 and help with that larger positive net gain. That was the only way I could make it happen and work. I haven't really tinkered beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be possible to put a pause on the east side of the island and move to the west?
Sure. Maybe let's go to Council 9.
Council
9.
How about we start in Kona?
We could start in Kona.
Have you
Or-
saved this recently?
I will save it right now.
Yeah, oh, that would not be fun. Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Lopez.
All right, so if you don't mind, we'll go to the other side here of Council 6 and 7, if that's okay, and bring Council 6 back into some relatively normal ground here. So I welcome some feedback on this area with your experience, Mr. Akamu and Chair Kasau.
Can you put the old map? I just want to see where that line was.
The 2011 one?
The 2011 one, yes.
Yes, I can do that.
Then go ahead and scroll into the borderline in the middle. You see how it kind of lips in there? Yeah. Okay, so from the 145 down, we can adjust it to Council District 6. I don't know if you can see that 145, but.
And Chair, if you don't mind, I'll also take the ocean here on the
Yep, no
outside.
problem. Thank
I
you.
know there's no one out there, but just to consistency. So 145 here, just right outside Kalikikua.
Yeah, I believe there's, it's not splitting a community. It's kind of barren going across there. But the hard part is one portion of the houses is on the top part. And then the bottom part's all ag lots.
Up until that area, it's
Go past the 145. Sorry, you're splitting into the.
take this one here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
the top part where the Hokulkano Road is.
that
this is-
large census block
Yeah,
there.
this is the hospital area.
Okay,
What is that at?
so that puts Council 6 at -543, which
And
is
then-
under 1,207. So still within parameters.
Okay. That Malka portion.
Up on the right-hand side.
Let's see, that road will be connected to 6. So that nine people in that census block should probably go into. Actually, let me do some research and I get back to you on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what did some of the work that the stuff that I proposed this morning, I think we heard testimony from even Ms. Ford about more of these Malka areas and their connectivity. So should we be tackling that a little later, or?
So the technical, the road kind of comes through the Malka side of Kainaliu.
Yes.
So I believe this is the cutoff line between the two. If you can zoom in towards Kalikikua. Okay, head into Kona Town a little bit more. There's a split there, so it's Malka of that.
Okay. So that should these stay in 6? I mean, maybe they're more of a Hololai.
I would suggest putting that into 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's such a large block up there too. We'll see what this does and see what continuity we have here.
Mr. Lopez, you have a question?
Yes, in this exercise, we're dealing with District 6. Are we going to try to address the volcano issue? And we're focusing on one side of it, but there's testimony about the width and bringing about and alleviating that. Are we trying to address that at all?
Can we go back to the volcano area? I forgot what we did.
Hello, Commissioner Costa?
Oh, hold on one second. Mr. Lopez, do you?
Oh, yes, I see that it's still in District 6. So my question was, are we trying to address that?
Okay, okay. Ms. Louis?
Yeah, I guess I kind of feel, and maybe Commissioner Akamu can speak to it too. I kind of feel like this is a district where we could make a good argument as to why it has to go more than negative 5.99. We've heard repeated testimony that this is just way too big of an area for one person to represent well, to represent all of the areas of it well. So I would be okay with, you know, coming in with a map that made that a larger deviation than 5.99 and making an argument for it and let people rebut us.
Thank you, Ms. Louis. What's the current deviation for 6?
So currently it is actually negative 5.51. So it's riding that line right there. So we wouldn't have to face any sort of challenges, but it's
But
close.
if we put stuff back into 7, I don't know. That was just a thought. But it's 6. 6 is the one that I would say we could really make an argument for. So yeah, anyway, wondering what Commissioner Akamu thinks.
Mr. Akamu?
I think what we have in the Volcano Village area is okay for now. They have been part of KAU, and I know it's a numbers game. If we can add them on and make them green, I would support that, but that really is going to affect more of what's happening on the Kona side too, and needing to extend more towards Kona. So I think this is a compromise. We were able to get this extra Ali'i Anela subdivision area into Council District 5. So at least for that community, they'll be more aligned with 5, but we still have like Jade, Pearl, and all of those areas in the Volcano Village area still in KAU. I'm okay with that because just traditional boundary lines, that area at the golf course is traditionally in KAU, but Volcano Village specifically is still in the Ola'a Puna side. So that could switch to green, but again, it's about trying to balance it and compromise it with the effects on the west side. So I think where we are now is okay. And we can continue to work on the Kona side, Mr. Kasal's district. Yeah, so I'm okay with this as it is on this draft. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Akamu. And that is a good stopping point to call for recess for lunch. We're going to do 45 minutes. And we'll see you at 12:45, and we'll discuss finishing console 6, 7, 8, 9, and 1. And then complete console 3, correct? Yeah. Okay. We'll recess for now and see you at 12:45. Thank you. Calling the meeting back into order. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We left off on the working on the working draft. Mr. Hustis, if you can go ahead and pull that back up. Oh, Mr. Kalka, would you be able to call the roll just to make sure everybody's here?
Certainly, thank you. Commissioner Louis? Sure, I don't see that she's rejoined the Zoom room yet. Commissioner Yoshino?
Here.
Commissioner Ani?
Present via Zoom.
Commissioner Yadao is not present. Commissioner Bath?
Hilo Chambers.
Commissioner Akamo?
Present via Zoom.
Commissioner Lopez?
President Kona Chambers.
Commissioner Caso?
Here.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you. Commissioner Hustis?
Present, and I'm still in Kona.
Thank you, Chair. There are 7 commissioners currently back after reconvening from recess.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. So we were discussing between 5 and 6 with Volcano Village. And then we were also discussing 6 and 7 right on that line. As of right now, the deviation numbers for 5 and 6 are good, correct? Okay. Then let's go over to Mr. Lopez's district. And let's have a discussion about that.
Okay, let me open that. This map you see is what we submitted in the draft plan. This is the one that 2 issues came out of this one, the Kalawa and the Kailua Village Business Improvement District. Now, I've been thinking about this and I reacted to the testimony and I submitted a potential change. But as I think more and more, one of the comments that somebody made to me was that you got to take all the input, look at it, and do what you think is best for the island-wide. So I'm going to preach a little heresy here and see what happens. The predominance, well, actually, all but one person that I heard regarding the Kailua Village Business Improvement District were all legislators, current or past. So I have to ask myself, am I going to allow myself to be swayed because they have some standing, if you will, although, they testify as either past, which is private citizens, or current. And to me, they're not private citizens. There's a vested interest. And some of the comments actually bordered on gerrymandering. We could be accused of gerrymandering if we listened because of some of the comments I heard. I'm going to ask if anybody here can state why we have to tie the Kailua Village Business Improvement District into our redistricting plan. It's a business district. It's designed to manage the growth and the growth and progress of a business area within Kailua Kona. They derive tax benefit. They derive benefits from it. There's monies paid into the fund, contributions to keep that corridor upscale or improved and address problems within the commercial aspect of that district. Those lines have nothing to do with redistricting, with census blocks, yet in trying to force the issue of that district into redistricting, we consume a much more population because of the census blocks overlay and go beyond the district boundaries. One comment I had that I have to really consider is that somebody said, well, the council member who has the business district has a good handle on that. And I don't deny that. That's a good rationale. That's a good reason. But how does that enter into redistricting? So unless I have some really strong input why the business district should impact redistricting effort, I'm going to take the position, as I was advised, do your job, that I think I should disregard the business improvement district requirement as it pertains to redistricting commission. And with that, I open it up to anybody who has maybe even anybody. Is there a reason why that should be considered? Given that of all the testimony we received, I'm guessing maybe there were 6, and except for one, they were all politicians. Anybody have a comment on that aspect before I proceed?
Sure.
Mr. Eustace.
Excuse me. I'm not that familiar with the business improvement district, so I kind of lean on you and Chair Casal on that, Mr. Lopez. But really, I put a question back to you. In considering the business improvement district in urban core of Kona, would it be better to have 2 council members sit on that board and build those discussions and help with the development there? Thank you.
Mr. Lopez.
Perhaps, but I was actually in council staff when that district was developed. And for a time, I did sit on that district as a representing my council member. Okay, so and I think that's continued to be the case. And as soon as I say this, I'll be wrong, but the council member doesn't sit on it other than have a seat there. They appoint somebody to sit there for them. And to have 2 council seats would be a big deal to affect the county charter. So, well, it's a consideration. I don't think it's necessary, personally. I think that the business improvement district runs pretty much autonomously. It has its own board, its own president, its own body, and is hardly directed by the council. They receive the feedback, they keep up in touch with it. If there are needs, there's coordination, but there's not a close handshaking of personal bodies. That's my best understanding of how it came to be, what it was when I was there, and if it's changed, I'm just not aware.
And then to add, if I remember correctly from the bylaws, you're only supposed to have 2 members from the county. So one of them just so happens to be the council member, and then the other one's usually from the mayor's office or the planning department. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. I believe Brenda Ford is on, and she raised her hand, so I know that she has some time under her testimony. So Ms. Ford, you can unmute yourself.
May I remind the chair that I did not yield. I'm just entering discussion about the business of the value of KVBID affecting the redistricting commission.
Okay.
And that's the discussion I was looking
sorry,
for before I go to my map.
Okay.
But okay, just to clarify.
Thank you. So let's head over to Ms. Ford if she has anything on testimony.
I do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ford. Go ahead.
I happen to agree with Mr. Lopez. I am a former council member, but never was a politician. And I did testify in favor of putting the business improvement district into one district. However, Mr. Lopez has proven that it doesn't work when you've got redistricting going on. And so I would yield to his opinion on removing the BID completely from this process. And I thank him for putting up his map showing how the BID would influence redistricting. And I agree, it should come out. It shouldn't be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford, for your testimony. Is there any discussion regarding Mr. Lopez? Mr. Lopez posed a question. Mr. Lopez.
Okay, with that, and thank you for that input. And if there's no other consideration, then I would like to go to this map here and revisit the, right now it's at -179. I do think we need to address the Kalawa issue. It's a hard nut to swallow because of the numbers. But why should, again, keeping continuity where people live and practice and commune, I would still say that we need to take that 1,450 census block and put it into, actually the 1572 and put it into District 8, which is going to nuke District 9, but there was strong enough consideration that we should do that portion. That one's right there. Yes. Okay. And then all the purple there in between. And so with that, what do our numbers look like now? Well, now you see we're way over. So we have to give up something here. Let's scroll down a little bit. And what's that? Go over to the right. What's that block of 632? Yeah, that one over there. Let's try moving that into District 7. Because I don't have a boundary with 9 at this point. Well, unless if we took those 3 zeros, we took all those zeros and put them in 9. We could put the 632 in 9, but who are we affecting?
I'm sorry, can I ask a question, Mr.
Yes.
Lopez? Are you suggesting to put that Malka portion of Hololoa into 7?
That portion, I was trying to alleviate the problem that I created with District 9.
Mm-hmm.
So who am I affecting? If I put this census block of 632, who am I affecting if I put it in 9? And does it make more sense to put it in 7?
Do we see 8, right? Yeah. You said 9. Is it 8?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We'd have to put the other zeros in 9 because we have to have contiguous boundaries.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I just think, well, because it presents the same issue as the Kalawa area because of its distance from Waimea and Waikolo area.
Yeah.
So I think we just have to focus on 7 and 8 along this line here and smooth it out, because right now 7 is short by 20%.
Yeah.
So we just have to kind of.
Okay. So let's focus on that first.
Yeah, between 7 and 8. Okay.
Okay. So let's put that census block 632 into 7.
So you prefer more of the Mauka areas then?
Yes.
Okay.
Try at this point.
Okay. Yeah, we're just testing things out here then.
Mhm.
All right. It's a weird, this was, I think, on the list of irregular blocks as well, because look, you see a subdivision over here, subdivision here, subdivision on Old Government, like
Oh yeah.
it's a problem census block.
If that if we're putting that into 7, probably can get it all the way to the junction, which I think was Mr. Child's suggestion.
Yes, it was the Mamalahoa to where up where Hinalani Road is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do we see that?
By Koloko here.
Yeah. Right, Palani Road. See where Palani Road is? The low, right down, down, right there. So that those census block. Well, it's only a couple there. Take all those. Yeah.
Is there, just a question for the chair and Commissioner Lopez, is there an issue with the Mauka Makai areas? Like, are we creating more of a South Kona, Mauka, North Kona? Is that an issue rather than dividing closer to the Bay Area?
Because of the numbers of population, I would say this is the preferred approach to me. So where are we now?
So still, Council 7 is 16% under, which is 3,600.
All right,
And
so
then-
let's start working up the from the bound there with down, right? Right
Down,
there.
down here.
Yeah, let's start working up from there,
Okay.
hugging that, hugging the boundary with 7 that we just made. See what we can gain there. No, I wouldn't do that one. Yeah, there's too much population there. Okay. Take out that 364, please restore it.
Take that one out.
That's 364.
Yeah.
Please restore it to District 8.
Okay. It does split that Aloha Kona Drive. Is that what that is?
Well, but it's Nani Kailua. Yeah, go to Nani Kailua, which is the boundary, which to me is a logical boundary.
Oh, that is all of those there. I see. It does go run right down Nani Kailua. Is that the current one?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So it's at Nani Kailua.
But that's that is one neighborhood. Even though Nani Kailua is a street, it dead ends right up the top there. So I would, those 3 blocks, those 3 I would leave in District 8 because they're all one neighborhood. The 133, the 116, and the 130, yeah.
Put
them all in District 8.
But 7 still needs more though.
Well, yeah, but we're going to go the other way.
Okay.
Where is Hinalani? Is that down here at the?
No,
That's
that's
further
Mako.
north.
No, not Hinalani, excuse me. Not Hualalai.
Hualalai is right below that. Yeah.
Okay, so can we take that entire census block there?
You want to take the Pines into 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to add that one little census block.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the Regency.
Now where are we? We're still
So let's see, 7 is at
at
negative
the-
9, which is
10%.
negative 2,000.
Too
and
much.
8 is over.
too
Still a
much
little bit.
deviation. Geez Louise. Can you zoom out so I can see it?
Yep.
A little closer. What's that? No, zoom in now. Because there was an area that had what's that area that has those wiggly lines?
That's
Nice.
Coloco
Coloco
Drive.
That's Coloco?
Yeah.
Can we take that?
It's a tricky one because it's it's a really weird census block. Here we go.
Yeah, but it is a nice border. I mean, we've got the Mamalahoa. What if you took it all the way, including the 637? And the 39? That's just because it's
Yeah, for the
gotta be-
top. Yeah.
Now where are we? Okay.
So let's see. So 7 is
we
at
put-
negative 4 and 8 is at negative 3.5.
The numbers work for me.
Yep.
As
So those are
chair, chair. Oh, well, we can't do that.
No, I know. Yeah. So we're gonna take this one.
Okay. Yeah. So I asked Mr. Kossoff how he feels about District 7 with those changes. It keeps the District 8 more Mackay side. It keeps the Kailua Kona focus in District 8. And to me, it's a cleaner cutoff. So is that acceptable? Oh, there.
Mizu.
Ms. Louis.
I just wanted to ask, why does Council 9 have to go so far down south? And it's got, can we take some of that in, because we're gonna have to go back around to Waimea.
Yeah, we did that because, well, to balance the numbers in the first draft.
Right.
Yeah,
But it just seems like a really long stretch all the way down
Oh.
there below Kona, all the way up to Hawaii.
oh, agreed, but well, we don't have any place to put it that needs numbers other than District 1, right? So maybe if we went up higher. I mean, I don't know how to answer your questions.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
The District 9, it's a District 9 question.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I go back to, before we go to District 9, I go back to Mr. Kasau, because I want him to feel that acceptable to him or comfortable, or if he has any disagreement with me, this suggestion.
I think I have to think about this one.
Okay.
Because it is a very, numbers wise, it works, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And the connectivity works because it connects sort of the Holoaloa Road, the old Mamalohoa, into that district. I guess my only concern would be that few census block on the bottom of Kaloko, ensuring that, the main road would be the dividing point between kind of that Mauka part of Kona all the way to Kalawa, and then that southern portion would be, Council District 8, or not southern, the Makai's portion would be Council District 8.
So that's the Mamalahoa?
I believe that's the new model.
Highway 190?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's doable. I'm just having a little bit of a difficulty if Kaloko is too far.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, think about it. We can come
Yeah,
back.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So at this point, if we want to move on to District 9, are you?
Chair, and Commissioner Lopez, because Kalawa kind of goes on both sides of the highway, right? It's like Mauka Kalawa, Makai Kalawa, or is this dividing Kalawa here?
Not
No, I don't-
necessarily.
no.
They're not in one subdivision. So
Because that's all, yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
That's all wooded, and there's a large golf course in there and some large properties.
And
There's not a lot of residential, except until you get down here where that 90 is. You got a lot of,
yeah, it's primarily ranch land.
Thank
There is some homes within the area, but they're primarily ranchers. You have Hui Hui, Palani, and some of the other ranches within that top portion of Kalawa. And then when you go down, you start hitting into the Oma area, which is more connectivity to the OTEC, for example, would be considered one congruent area.
So is it an odd trade-off to do the Mauka areas versus more of the Kona area here?
Well, you kind of split. If you go down into the town area, you'll split communities. And I think that's what Mr. Lopez is
Yeah.
kind of worried about here.
thank you.
But if you do it on the Mauka portions, at least you keep the communities pretty congruent, minus the bottom of Kaloko, which is something that Mr. Lopez and I will have to talk about. But yeah.
Thanks. I'm just trying to think about this as well and learn more from you. And in particular, these Nani Kailua areas, if it goes one way or the other, up to Hiona Street. I'm just trying to see if there are other ideas here.
Yeah, if you have any,
Not
let us
presently.
know. Yeah.
Okay. But
In
can I make
the
some
interest of
suggestions on
time, I would say, give Mr. Kasau a chance to consider this, and let's move on to District 9. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, that'd be great for me. Could you save it?
Yep, I will save it. if we're talking about 9 here, I think, you know, what Commissioner Louis said here, we probably don't want to go too far south, especially with the shape that it's in right now. There have to be some changes here. This boundary line right outside of Pu'unani, Pu'uanahulu area would be a good kind of breaking point between the Kona region and the kind of upper South Kohala areas. So maybe because there's not a lot of population in here, there's just a resort area. It could be part of the Kona areas. That'd be my suggestion. I'm not sure about the Pu'uanahulu area. They could probably go either way. They probably travel into Kona more often. And we're likely gonna have to push more of 9 into Hamakua, because right now Hamakua is in a positive. District 9 is in a negative by a bit.
That makes sense.
So is there opportunity in Hamakua to be absorbed by District 9?
Well, it would bring back some more of the Waimea area
Yeah.
into the core there. So we start there.
And there's a lot of testimony about that.
What is the current Council 1 deviation?
2.6 over, which is 578.
Okay, thank you.
And Council 9 is 10.68 negative, which is 2,375. So right now, this is one of the thoughts I had early on when we were talking about split in Waimea. There's some interesting, the one we had it on for the proposed map may not have been the best. This is Waikoloa Stream that runs up Mauka. That's always a good breaking point, but I know there's testimony of this is too much of Waimea, you know, but there already is the eastern side of Waimea that's cut out. So just trying to give them more of a voice in the discussion. And there's some weird lines here, which we can try.
James?
Yes.
And there's also some Hawaiian homeland folks who identify more with Kauai that are along that Kauai.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. There's Kuhio Village here is one of the older homestead areas, and then Pu'ukapu, which is just branching off of that. But that Pu'ukapu goes, you can kind of see the shaded gray area here. That's all Pu'ukapu, and it has an interesting shape because it goes from to the very east end of the town.
So it may be that maybe some of those need to go into 9.
And this whole land here outside the airport is planned for future development too. So it will change for the next commission, that's for sure.
Yikes.
So this is the Pu'ukapu area. But want to have them all in the same district, in my personal opinion. Don't want to pack it. That's trying to keep that voice together.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you got one little tiny spot too that you didn't grab.
Kahilo Road, yeah.
Out there, it is.
Then this goes out, all the fire roads out here. I think the original line is at, part of it's along Meilani Road, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
I think Bronson, original map had it at Kamamalu, moved up from White Road, which also seemed like a good idea.
Oh, Kamamalu further into town then, further into Waimea? Yeah, that's over here.
Yeah, I mean, if that's just a possibility, if we need to do numbers.
All right, let me just adjust the other connectivity issues over here up along Old Saddle. Because some of these individuals here, there's a census block of 11. They all associate with mostly Waimea, but also across the road here, the Waikiki area.
James,
Yes.
I mean, I heard more from people in the Wainaku, the area close to Hilo and of course, and Waimea than I did from Hamakua itself. And actually for the people in Hamakua itself, in a way, since they aren't living in those areas, shouldn't have as much to say as to which way it goes. However, I think it is a fairly poor, very rural area that's quite different from most other areas of the island. And people do feel that they have not gotten attention in terms of some of the, you know, recreational facilities and repairs and highways and things like that that they need. So I'm just suggesting too that if we go into a negative, people don't mind that because Waimea and Hilo are so different.
Thank you. So right now, pushing further into Hamakua has dropped Hamakua on Council 1 into -8. This is 1,800. So we're going to have to, that was based upon my proposals to push as far as you push Waimea and Council 9 into Council 1. It's Council 1 has to push more into Hilo. That was kind of the trade-off, right?
Yeah, but if we could take a little bit more of Waimea.
For which district, Councilor?
For one.
For one.
If we took a little bit more of one, then we wouldn't, maybe we could leave the boundary where it is now, which is not Honolulu, but farther south at whatever stream it was that we tried to figure out there.
Yeah. I just don't, there's some hard lines here in Waimea about, this is Mana Road. This is an entry point into Pu'ukapu Homestead, as well as Kamamalu over here. So Kamamalu, Mana Road. And then this census block is really large. So I just wish I could. I don't know where to break some of these here. Because this is part of DHHL over here as well.
Mm. So that should probably go back into 9 as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it wasn't, I just put the yellow line up there, that wasn't previously there in the 2011 plan. That they had broken that off there.
Yeah.
And followed along Mana Road for the most part here. So like this one here, which is 0 right now. Because they basically followed Mana Road up to the Mauna.
James, what's to the north of that area where you're
Sorry, which one, Commissioner?
in District 9? You're focusing there, but what's north of there?
That's all ravines. These are all the valleys.
Okay, so there's nothing there. It's up at 32. It's
Yeah.
nothing you can take from District 9. No. Okay.
No, these are all very hard geographical kind of barriers.
All right, thank you.
Is there any part of Waimea, James, that you think would be more reasonable to move? Would have.
Because this is you see the yellow line there, that's where it currently was. So we've already given part of Mokuloa subdivision, the rest of Pu'unani up to the stream there. And then we've pushed into Mana.
What's that? What's in that 335 census block?
335.
Right there.
Yeah, this is the one I put on my census blocks to reevaluate, because you have different subdivisions coming out from the Belt Road that go up Mauka. So these are And then this census block stretches all the way into the center of town. You can see this is the
Wow.
where the 3 roads come together.
Yeah.
And then you have subdivisions jutting out along the highway. So this census block needs to be redrawn because it goes to the core of Waimea and it has residences on the east end of it. I mean, this is all commercial. This all right here is commercial right here. This whole stretch is commercial. No one lives there. These are the churches in Waimea and these are all residences. And yet it's this one large block.
Yeah.
Let me pause it there for now because we have these hard barriers with the gulches, the valleys, so let's see. So just not sure about the southern end so much either, just that it's pushing that far south into Kona. And then
Yeah.
I know they need some of the numbers, but they can give a little bit now that they're in the positive for Council 9. Because I know that, see right now, 7 and 8 are still negative. So it could just smooth out a little bit more. The population isn't that great in some of these areas. It's all resort and coastal. So for example, I could propose that all the Kukio switches over.
Waikoloa Village?
No, that's Pu'uanuhulu,
Oh,
Pu'ulani Ranch
So-
in that area. Yeah,
Oh,
so that's all.
yeah.
I think, that's a pretty good line there to break between the Kona districts and 9. It does shift from where it was in the past, but it takes in that testimony. We had a lot of early testimony
oh, there's Waikoloa.
about Waikoloa Village
Yeah.
and the connectivity to the Waikoloa Beach, because you see the yellow line there. It took residents that were in the beach resort away from their counterparts in the Waikoloa Beach and Village area, so they should be put back together.
Right.
So I think that's a pretty straight line dividing the Kona districts to.
And Council 9, as was pointed out, is going to be one of the ones that grows a lot in the next 5 years, 5 years.
Well, if you were watching the Leeward Planning Commission meetings, there's the Kumuho project that's on the books, and then there are some Parker Ranch lands that are slated for development too. So Council 9 will be growing, and it has seen steady growth through the years. I can leave it there for now. Let me see. The tricky thing, we still have an issue with 1 though, for sure. And trying to figure out where.
One is at -8. So we just
Yeah,
need to, not that bad.
Just want to try and get closer, see if we can get to that. If you mind, if I can just swap back and forth. District 2. Yeah, District 2 is a Hilo district. So we drew that, today we drew the line at, yeah.
Is there anything in 2 Mauka that is available for grabbing?
It's this weird census block here.
Yeah, that's not good. If you keep going up, there's nothing, it just goes into the reserves.
Yeah, nothing. It's all mountain. And mountain, yep. It's just the sheep station up there, that's all.
Mhm. Shoots.
So James.
Yes,
Question
Commissioner.
from Dwayne. What is that yellow line in there now?
Oh, sorry, I can take that off. That's the 2011 map.
Okay. So 2011, where was the southern boundary of District 1?
Wailuku River.
Okay, so if we went back to Wailuku River, which, you know, is difficult for me anyway. Would that add to District 1? How many?
Let me give you, what I will do is I'll add them back into District 1 and I'll give you the numbers now and I'll give you the numbers after, if that's okay.
Okay.
So let me save it now and then I can make an edit and I can undo it just so we know what's going on here. So right now, with the changes that we made to the western edge of Council 1 in the Waimea area,
Right.
Council 1 currently sits at negative 8.45, which is negative 1,878. And Council 2 is at 5.01 positive, which is 1,114. That's where it is right now, and I'll make the adjustment so we can see what it looks like. So if we did push it back to Wailuku, this is what it would look like. So if we did push it, Council 1 would be negative 2.01, which is negative 447. And Council 2 would be negative 1.43, which is negative 317. And if we did that, we could take from Council 3 and put into 2 to reduce 3 down from where it is. That's just the proposal.
Is there some way to include the Pionua community as one into a single population base?
And my question back to you, Commissioner, is I don't really know where the northern boundary of Pi'ihonua is.
Right.
And where it currently is based upon the 2011 map, they drew the line at Wailuku, right? So
right.
Is that the northern boundary of Pi'ihonua, or does Pi'ihonua go up to Mauulu? Sorry.
Yeah. See, part of the problem with Pi'ihonua is the old plantation camps have been divided.
Yeah.
And so if we could somehow include, I forget the camp numbers, but I think it was 234 into a single population base, then it's okay, because beyond that is what they call Amaulu, yeah. So if there's some way to include the relatively small number of people in Pionua, I don't know the camp numbers, but if we could push them into District 2, then
right.
My lynching won't be as painful.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And it would, if we can find it, it doesn't look like there's all that many people. It would mean that Council 1 had just a slightly less of a negative deviation. Council 2, so it wouldn't give you as much room to push into 3, but yeah. But at least 1 and 2 are okay in terms of the deviations.
And
you could take more of 3 and put it into 2 at that rate too.
although I have to deal with Wainako community, I think
Right.
I think that might be okay.
Yeah. They're used to being screwed.
This census block, I think, because I'm looking at it closely here. So I'm trying to work along this road called Mauulu Road.
Yeah.
So you go across Wailuku, the next
Right.
road over is a Mauulu, and you said Pihonu was more Mauka.
Right.
Yes. Along the
So
opposite the river. Opposite.
Amulu Road might be a good dividing line.
and so just to be clear, I've gone up across Wailuku, across Amauulu. So anything between Amauulu and Wailuku has now been put into Council 2.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll just be clear, once again, we have this weird block because there's some Mauka portions here, and this one block up here that has a snake tendrils that drops down into Honoli'i and above Wailuku and through Pi'ihonua spans this whole area. So there's roads and probably people living along Amauulu up along Avehi Stream. But if you also go further over towards the Honoli'i side, there's also Kaiviki Road. And I don't know if people are living up there. The census block shows that there's 79 people that live there in this tendril census block.
I don't know if those are, so are you saying you think those might be DHHL land?
I could only guess on that, Commissioner. I'm not sure.
Yeah, yeah. And
I think
Go
the
ahead, Wayne.
multi areas of Pionua are DHHL.
Okay.
That
But
was,
not,
yeah.
but not people, there's not really communities of people there.
No, not
So it's not.
they
so
haven't built yet.
Right, right. Mhm.
Right.
So I would be okay with that being in either one. If there's a split there, that seems like it's okay.
Okay.
Well, I welcome some thoughts from the other commissioners on this too, because if this makes sense to you if you see what I'm trying to do here.
Between 1 and 2.
Yeah, between 1 and 2. So you have this, I know I have all these highlighted. Let me get rid of the other yellow line here so it's not too confusing. But this little thin yellow line is that census block that's causing some issues. And on the left hand, like this little push out up Mauka, the residence is up there. And then there are roads. You can see some of the roads here. So I'm assuming people live in this vicinity along these areas. But then if you go up above Mauka of Honoli'i Stream, there's roads up here too. So this census block has tied Mauka Honoli'i with Mauka Pi'ihonua. And I'm not sure what is the best way to, if it needs to be in 2. So it's all with it. It'd probably be the better way that way. So it's all with Pi'ihonua. That'd be my guess.
Right. What does that do when you do it that way? Is that still what you've got now? Negative 0.3?
Yep. 346, negative 770, and Council 2 is positive 0.03, which is 6 people.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I could live with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we also need to take a little bit from, let's see, from 2 and 3, this border here then, to try and balance it a little bit as well. Just to bring down the Council 3's number below 6%.
Yeah, so there's room to do that. You've got 8% to work with in terms of switching things around.
So I'd like to hear from Council District Commissioner from Council District 3.
Hold on one second. Mr. Hustes actually still has the floor through this conversation. So do you yield?
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Chair. I'm still not sold on the Waimea area. I have some concern about that, but we can come back to that. It's looking pretty good. It does give a little bit more people in East Waimea what would you say, some companionship, camaraderie with their neighbors, so more of a vote that may impact Hamakua a little bit more. For me, it's not possible to get all of Waimea, not just for me, it's for the numbers' sake. And I don't think we've had testimony, and it makes me a little upset to say this, but it doesn't make sense, and it's not possible based on the numbers to have all of Waimea, all of North Kohala, and all of Waikoloa together. The numbers, I've tried that on maps, and I welcome people to look at those maps that I've submitted, but it doesn't work. The numbers are too great. And so it's based upon where we can find a common ground in dividing part of Waimea, with considering that we're forgetting part of Waimea. So I'm not completely sold on where the lines are, but we can talk about it a little bit more. But the southern boundary, I'm happy with. It keeps with the testimony we had about Waikoloa Beach Resort. It keeps them all together with Waikoloa. It's a clear line. We still have to tinker a little bit with the south in the Kona area, but it's a clear line that should have been done previously. It's an interesting clear line from Mauka. Okay, I yield.
James, yeah, just with the now Council 1 with a -3, it does give a little bit of room to Waimea to, take a little bit more out of 1, because we've got another 2.2 deviation that we can go. But it's only what 100-something people though.
Yeah, so just kind of these things bordering Mana Road would be my guess in this area. And this road over here, let's see if I can highlight it. This road let me zoom in, actually might be a little bit easier to see. This is Meilani Road. It kind of connects part of DHHL in these areas here. It's not really it's not a usable road. It's a maybe deemed for emergency use in the future. But some of these all bordering the area could be possible, or this one here. So I'll let me think on it, and we can come back there. Thank you. I'll yield again.
Ms. Louie, you actually still have the floor, so if you want to go ahead and yield.
I yield to.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we go over to 2 and 3? Okay, let's head over to 2 and, oh, thank you, James. We're over at the border between 2 and 3.
Yeah, so Chair Casal, this is Dwayne.
Mr. Yoshino.
I think I'd like to hear from the District 3 Commissioner.
Aloha, Chair Commissioner Ani.
Aloha, Ms. Ani. Mr. Yoshino, could you go ahead and yield?
I yield.
Thank you. Sorry for this process. Ms. Ani, go ahead.
Aloha, Chair. I think can we just work on maybe taking a look at some of the blocks in Hilo that is just at that border of District 2 and 3, just to see how we could help with those lines. I'm not gonna be able to satisfy everybody. I understand that, but I think if we can do it in a working manner, maybe we can see where those numbers can start to even out a little bit. And I don't mind working in the Manono block as well. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Ani. So Mr. Houston just let me know that it's about 500 individuals we need in order to make balance out District 2 and District 3. Mr. Yoshina or Ms. Ani, do you guys have any preference on the area?
This is Dwayne.
Go ahead,
We can try look at that Manono block area. Is that on up now? I'm sorry, my eyesight is bad.
So Chair, it's these, so that let me turn on the current boundary line so you see where it is. The current boundary line actually cuts up away from Manono, so there are 2 blocks here along Manono that aren't in it, so we could at least start there. Other suggestions would be along Kavili Street, along the university, because the university is split right here. So putting that all in District 2 and just hugging Kavili Street as a possibility and moving these over. There's some larger blocks in here too, like this one is 566. Are those students?
Chair, Commissioner Ani,
Ms. Ani,
I believe that is University Heights. University Heights, so they come off of Moho'uli. I believe that might be University Heights. It could be the dorms, but I don't think, it's kind of hard to argue that they would be permanent residents. But I'm thinking those who might have taken the census got locked into that block there. So I yield.
thank you. Can you zoom in to that? Is there a street on the Malka portion of that census block? Go back down to that 500.
Kumukoa and Lani Kaula.
Kaula. Okay. The 571, I believe, is the University Heights. So yeah, that would be the university, right?
Yep. But would it be possible to put because of that one switch with all of the university there then, the grounds here, I mean, it's 0 population.
Yeah, that would be good with me.
So then it would switch there. So it goes along almost the full length of Manono where it hits Kavili Street, then goes up Lani Kaula down to, is that Kapiolani? Is that what it is? And then once again to Kavili. And then there is this, then it really hugs the campus down the edge. It evens the numbers out there. Council 2, with these changes, I'll zoom out so you can see it. Council 2 is at positive 3.2, which is 712. And Council 3 is positive 4.69, which is 1,043. So both fall within the parameters.
Okay, that's good with me. Thank you.
So Mr. Hustis, maybe give us an update on the deviations for the council districts.
For the entirety?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So currently, Council 1 is negative 3.46, which is at negative 3.46, which is negative 770. Council 2 is positive 3.2, which is a positive 712. Council 3 is positive 4.69. Well, that's 1,043. Council 4 is a positive of 4.59% for a total of 1,020. Council 5 is a positive 3.71, which is a positive of 825 individuals. Council 6 is a negative 5.51%. That's negative 1,226 people. Council 7 is negative 4.1 for negative 911. Council 8 is negative 1.21 for negative 270. And Council 9 is negative 1.89 for a total negative of negative 421.
Thank you, Mr. Eustace. Anybody want to look at a district before I asked Mr. Eustace to go back to the Kona side? Okay, back to the Kona side. Can you zoom in to, and Mr. Lopez, I have a couple questions. I think the Nani Kailua area, if you can scroll into that portion there, that census block at the 374, I think we can, I would like to keep that in 8. And the reason for it is I kind of want to use Waiaha Stream as the boundary between 8 and 7. And then I would like to, and if you can go back out and then head over to Kaloko, right on the bottom portion here, I would put that portion, that bottom part, this right here into Council District 7. Because there's really no road that runs through that portion. Yeah, you have the old government road, but it's but the main road would be the main thing. Mr. Lopez.
Are you asking?
Yeah.
I'd be very happy with that. You're following a major artery and you're keeping the boundary with 7 in that Mauka side of that highway. That'd be fine.
Okay, and then the other portion was Waiaha Stream would be I was trying to think about what would be a good boundary line. What's a good way to physically see the difference between 7 and 8. And I think Waiaha Stream is yeah, if you can go ahead and do the Kaloko first. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, put all of that into 7. That's going to be the Mauka portion of this road here. Although it would be best if it goes all the way, because that whole area is one community, I think. Yeah, those two, yeah. Yep. And then if we go back down towards Nani Kailua, that census block is very odd because one portion of it goes all the way to Hualalai Road, but there's that one street that is a part of Nani Kailua, and I want to keep that all together. So if we can put that into 8, the big one, 374. Okay, and then Waiaha Stream, you kind of see that on the top there. You see that? Yeah, so everything north of that, those 4 census blocks can go to 8. And then this big one on the Mauka side of it, how many is that?
Just you would cut the connectivity to Kaloko though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is correct then. Sorry, I was following the stream going up. Okay, good. Go ahead and zoom back in to Nani Kailua. Okay, yeah. Is that okay with Mr. Lopez?
I'm very happy with that solution. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hustis, would you mind adding that 374, and then there's that 110 into your census block irregularities?
Okay, let me make a note of this. Could you tell me which one is? I have to go to a different map to do that. So
okay, so it's that 374 on the bottom, right next to Nani Kailua, on the bottom part of Nani Kailua. Yeah.
This one here.
Yeah, that's the one.
So I'm just going to describe it, Chair, and then when I go back to that map, I can add it in if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. It's just a little, now that I look at it again, it's a little weird because the stream actually cuts right through this this census block.
Oh, really?
And there is a road that connects all the way to the bottom. So it doesn't, I don't understand how come it didn't get split.
Okay, so I just made a note of that. Was there another one, Chair?
Yep. If you go a little bit more north of this, just a little bit. This one right here, 110.
This one here, Chair.
Yeah, so there's houses on the bottom part, and then it goes agriculture all the way through, but you can kind of see there's a subdivision on the Mauka portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that needs to get split.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hissis. And then I just want to kind of look at a bird's eye view of the boundaries between 7 and 8, just so I can get a understanding. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. The other one I wanted to talk to Mr. Lopez about is up on the northern portion.
Ocean blocks there.
Yeah. If you northern, well, they're both all north now. And if you go all the way over here, now, I don't know if this is going to be a little bit weird to adjust. Like this, we talk about the Mauka portions in Kona. Does that range true for like parts of Pu'uhonahulu? But I understand that 8 would be better representation for the people of Pu'uhonahulu and the Pu'uawa area. Oh, I'm sorry. My concern is, we're doing the Mauka portion of downtown Kona. And so is that still this, you want that to be the same going all the way into Pu'uawa and Pu'uhonahulu?
I don't see the need to do that.
Oh, go ahead and turn on your mic, sorry. Oh, go ahead and turn on your mic.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't see the need to that I would have to keep that in District 8. If it makes sense to 7 or 9, I don't. It's all right up to Hawaii Belt Road, yeah. I would suggest 9 because they probably have more an affinity to Waimea than 7, but I'm open.
Okay. My thinking, even when it comes to getting up to the summit of Walalai, I think we want to keep it in that one district. And I remember we used to go through Kalawa to get up there. So I think that's I think it's fine the way it is. I'm just a little worried about just the connectivity with that. Is that one census block? Can you scroll down towards the road here? Yeah. Was it 27 people within that area? Okay. And then where's Pu'uawa on this map? Right there.
The
Okay.
Pu'u is right here. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
And then Pu'uhonahulu just up the road there.
okay. Go back south. Can we put those 2 census blocks, the 2 zeros into 8?
Oh, these here.
Yeah. And that one census, that's one whole census block, that 109.
Yeah,
We've
that's
got 2 others up there. There's a 5 and a 7 and a 27 right above that.
the 109 there, Chair, is
Yeah,
it's one of the ones I marked as irregularity because it's Pu'ulani Ranch, but it goes all the way up towards the summit. That's a terrible block. I'll just point that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this based off of what we have right now. Mr. Lopez.
No objection. It would seem that those Mauka blocks at 109 all the way up to that whole thing should be, I mean, if you want to put that in 7, I'd have no issue with that. In fact, that whole section in there, well, that's way too many. 2471, that'd kill us. Can't do that.
That's just a census block group, so it's showing.
Oh, okay.
If I zoom out, you can see much larger numbers, and
Yeah,
it's including all the ones closer.
forget that. if you wanted, only because of clear lines and blocks, I would have no issue if you wanted to go all the way out to the Highway Belt Road with that.
Hmm.
I don't see those people that want Hulu. That's like 20. It's like 22 miles from downtown Kona. Of course, it's a lot farther for you.
Yeah. Okay. I would, if that census block where the 27 is on the by the road, if that was split into half, that 27 is probably in Puwawa and then some ranch land in between. If had that been split, then I would have
Yeah.
gone all the way down to the road. But being that it isn't, I think what we have is
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to take that and
Yeah.
not the rest of it. Yeah. Okay.
all right. Do we have any other discussion,
Chair,
Mr. Yusuf?
would it be possible to kind of fix some of the inland census blocks and the continuity and contiguousness for some of them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. For this, for this purpose, and as the map I proposed this morning was based off of the 2011 lines, just because of the work that they did, as well in understanding some of those boundaries. So without having to do too much more than those, I mean, we can push some of these lines to where they need to be, where there's zero population. And I welcome some thoughts on that as well. For example, these things that are in upper, the summit of Mauna Loa, and just the connectivity in here too. That I'm not that well versed in some of the connectivity up into these Malka portions, into their old trails and so forth. But yeah, thank you.
Let me do a little bit more research into it because I have a map that looks at the old Jeep Road that goes up into that area, and I believe it's it starts in where we talked about. So I believe the line that they created in the last redistricting commission it was probably pretty accurately close to it. So, but let me just take a minute to look at that.
Sure. We can play some music for you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for your patience. If you can do the original boundary line, I think that should be fine.
Okay, Chair. So I just turned on the plan from what is current, the 2020 came from 2011 commission work. So we see that, for example, Council 7 should be in these upper reaches up here. Although we know we had conversation, Chair, about PTA and having a connectivity to the Hilo side, so that we did keep that as our original plan, if that's okay.
Yep.
Thank you. So I did follow those original lines there up on the Malca portions in the center of the island.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have any other discussion for the map? Is there anything that's over or under deviation?
Looking pretty good. I still have some thoughts. I want to make some changes in the Waimea area, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to see how it affects our numbers here. For example, pushing, let's see, so this is Mana Road, pushing to Meilani Road here, at least. I just want to see how this works. It still would keep Council 1 under within parameters. So I'd be happy something like that.
That's fine.
Thank you. Chair, I can read the numbers off if anyone needs, or don't go anywhere if any of the commissioners want to look at things.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and read those. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez, did you have something?
Well, I think we should.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'll come up after this is done.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just checking also the ocean ones as well. You know, we may have to, I don't know if we have to vote to break these, if we want the line to be very clear out from the ocean. I'm not sure how that works, that part of the process. For example, let me put these so that they're with their assigned council that is adjacent to them. Okay.
And then after you read the deviation numbers, if you can go ahead and do the connectivity check too.
Okay, you got it. Okay, so here we go. Council 1 with these changes here. Council 1 is negative 5.51. That's a negative 1,226 individuals. Council 2 is a positive 3.2 for 712 people. Council 3 is positive 4.69 for a positive of 1,043 individuals. Council 4 is 4.59 positive. That's 1,020 individuals. Council 5 is a positive of 3.71%. That's 825 individuals positive. Council 6, negative 5.51. That's negative 1,226 individuals. Council 7 is negative 3.04. That's negative 676 individuals. Council 8 is negative 2.27% for negative 505. And Council 9 is positive 0.16 for 35.
So,
What was,
did you?
Ms.
Hi,
Lou.
no, sorry. I just did the total check and we're 0.02 from the 10%. So we're really practically at zero in terms of the overall deviation. I
Chair?
yield.
Chair,
Ms. Bath,
what were the numbers on District 2, please, again? The population numbers?
That's positive 3.2 for a positive of 712.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, so we've done an exceptional job here, commissioners. I thank you all for the compromises and the real strong teamwork to get here. At this point, I move that we accept this, well, we table this, that we go off individually and assess if it's acceptable to each of us. And then we come back Tuesday and revisit this with any particular recommendations that individual commissioners may make, and we go from there. And adjourn the meeting, well, finish the agenda and adjourn the meeting at this point.
Chair Cassell.
Mr. Lopez, you yield.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my motion.
Mr. Yoshina.
Yeah, thank you. Can you give me the what draft that we're looking at? I mean, that we can find the map on?
No problem. It's called COH Working Doc 1-5. Chair. Mr. Yoshina, yield.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
But the doc hasn't, I have to share it yet, so I haven't shared it out
Oh.
yet. So it will be available.
Okay. Thank you.
And just so I did flag a integrity test fail though. We're not quite at that 10% of the maximum deviation.
I don't understand. I don't understand that because I did the addition and subtraction and so I don't really understand that total deviation, how it's arrived at. Can someone?
Yeah, so, no problem. So Commissioner Louis, you arrive at that number by taking the lowest deviation. So in this case, it's negative 5.51. And you take the range between that one and the highest one. So you basically add 4.69 to 5.51. Throw out the negative, just you want the range between the two.
Between the lowest and the highest. Okay, I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's an interesting, so you're basically just calculating the range. So you take 5.51 and then you would add 4.69. And so we're at 10.2%. So we're a little bit outside of parameters in total. So we need to do a little tinkering still yet on some of the boundaries.
Mhm. Or we could argue for why we're a little over.
That one might be a little harder to do, I think. But-
Yeah, the total.
Okay, everybody, do you guys yield? Okay, thank you. Ms. Bath.
Just a minute, I lost my thought. Would it be possible? How many people do we need to move? Could you get that number? Can you give us the number of how many people we're dealing with to move, to make that deviation thing go away or make it balanced?
It's 0.2, so it's like tiny. I don't know what, 50 maybe, 100. It's not much.
Can we all maybe just now take a look and see what we could give or take to make that complete for today?
So from my understanding is that we would have to increase the numbers in 1 and 6, and then we'll have to decrease the numbers in 3 or 4. Right? Okay. Ms. Bath, you yield?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hustis.
Thanks, Sherry. Yeah, exactly that. So the 2 districts, 1 and 6, they're at negative 5.51, need to gain just a little bit more. And councils 3 and 4 need to lose just a little bit.
Mr. Lopez.
Yeah, just there was a motion on the floor that never got addressed. Never heard a second. We went off into a tangent. So I'd like to recall that motion, please.
Okay, motion's on the table. Is there a second? And just to refresh everybody, your motion was to just table.
My motion was to table this map and come back Tuesday after we've had a chance to review it, really think about how it affects us individually, and close it out on Tuesday.
Yep, motion's on the table. Is there a second?
Okay, failed.
All right, motion fails. All right, we'll go back to overall deviation range. I believe Ms. Ford has her hand up. Ms. Ford, if you can unmute your Zoom, you can go ahead.
Thank you. You guys have done a phenomenal job for the day. I have to give you credit for that. And I agree with the deviations that obviously the computer came up with, because I've been sitting here kind of anxiously going, it's over 10, you don't want to wind up in a lawsuit. But you're going to deal with that, and it's better that you deal with it today, so then you can think about what the real problem is. I have a couple issues. One is Kailua Village, in my opinion, does not need to be cut in half, and you're doing that. It doesn't seem to me to be reasonable to make the lines the way you've done it. And I'll just leave it at that. The other thing is over in the area between District 1 and District 2. It's bizarre because of that strange district that you have over there, that census block. It just doesn't make any sense not to add a little bit of the area. I'm losing my train of thought on this one. But you need to work on those. I'm just going to say you need to work on those two areas. One of the reasons that district in 2 that's got 79 persons in it, a lot of those, I kept those districts up in the Mauka areas together was not only because of Jeep trails, but also because of the forest reserves. That's just what I did. It's not absolutely necessary that you consider that, but it's something I did. All the way up into the Mauka areas of District 2, you've got Jeep roads up there. If you expand your map large enough, you will see those Jeep roads up in those areas, and you've just plunked them into a different district. And there's no way to get to those roads unless you come in through District 2, Mackay area. You can see those district areas if you expand the map enough. That I really consider that a serious problem because it's just a problem. I'm not even going to go into why. You guys all know why. So those 2 things, 3 things, I really think you need to work on the district boundary on 1. And between, hold on, since you pulled down the thing, the boundaries on 1 and 6 are 5.51 and 3 and 4 are 4.69 and 4.59. Those don't need to be adjusted that much to get them down into a reasonable level, but you need to work on that. And maybe you can think about it over the weekend here. So those are the things that I'm looking at. I am particularly disturbed by Kailua Village, but I'm telling you, I'm not going to get all wound up about Hawaiian Paradise Park because I've spoke to the issue of not splitting that that subdivision. This is my 3rd time I'm speaking against doing that, and the public comes in and speaks against it, but you're still trying to do it. It would mean a drastic change in your map. I understand that. You can do what you want as long as you are within a total deviation of 10. You can get away with it, and you don't have to do a whole lot of writing to say, well, we cut this thing off because X, whatever your reason is. I don't find your reasoning to be good enough, but that's a personal opinion, and it would still be legal if you can justify it to your districts. I'm going to yield at that point, and I'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Does any, I think we wanted to go over the deviations for 1, 3, 6, and whatever the other one was, 2, 1, 2.
Yes, Chair. So 1 and 6 are negative 5, 5,
1 and
1,
6, thank you.
and 3 and 4 are both in the positive, 469 and 459.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, do we have access to this map that we're working with now with all the deviations?
Not quite yet. After today, it will be available for you folks.
Okay, because it's kind of hard to.
I can share it now, Chair, if that's all right.
Okay, no problem.
Are you
It'll be shared here in just a second.
Just sharing it so that people can see it on their computers. Okay, you should be able to see it momentarily, I believe. Thank you. Chair, a possibility is giving a little bit more of 3 to 2. Not much, but something small, which is tough. We have some nice lines here. They're looking like.
Any suggestions from the Halo members?
Stephanie, has the map loaded yet?
Yes, it should be shared with you, Commissioner Beth.
And the name is?
The name is COH Working Doc 1-5.
Thank you. I'll look for it.
And Chair, that was just one possibility. Let me think about some other ones here too. So the possibility is to give, because Council 3 is at positive 4.69, is to unload that a little bit to its neighboring district. So either give a little bit to 3, or you give a little bit to, no, 5 is not connected, so you can't do that. But otherwise, you have to give 1 and 6 just a little bit more.
Can you zoom in right over there between the 6 and 7? Can you put that 94 and the 245 into Council 6? And then what does that bring it out?
That brings 6 to negative 399.
Okay,
and
so
7 is negative 457. That might have been. But the thing is, we still have to deal with 1 as well. So it only, that's why I was thinking of the 2 challenges we have, you get rid of the highest high and you leave the 2 lows low, I guess.
I see.
That's just one train of thought there.
I mean, there could be a fairly small piece of helo that could be moved from 1 to 2. Got those strange. If there's anything, what's in the middle of that strange shape between 1 and 2? Oh, sorry, you're working on something.
Sorry, I'm just tinkering with just looking at some possibilities here.
That's fine.
Well, since we're hitting the 2:30 mark, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We'll come back on here at 2:35. Thank you. All right, calling the meeting back into order. We were on readjusting the deviation. So the ones that we need to concentrate on is the deviation for 1 and 2, or 1 and 9.
One, yeah. Somehow
Or-
get council 1 a little bit, Chair, and 6 a little bit too.
Yeah, what is the 9's deviation?
It's a positive of 35 people.
Okay, maybe let's start on that side. I know that might be a little bit difficult.
Miss-
Ms.
Commissioner Louis, I think we should, I don't think we want to take any more of Waimea from what James has said. So if we're gonna move a little bit more into 1, it probably should come from Hilo. I think there's some smaller parcels down there, census blocks. If that's okay. Yeah, I mean, given that there's that weird shape, if we could just grab a little bit out of, I don't know, some of that area. Maybe in the Mormauka side. Wait a minute. Oh, huh. I mean, even taking it down to 5.09 is gonna work in terms of the 10.
That's correct, yeah, Commissioner. And then we just have to give a little bit to 6 as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then the one that Chair Casso proposed was potentially this grouping here. Did you want to see how that looked, Chair?
That'd be great. Thank
Okay. So with those 2 quick changes, let me just test the maths here. So it does pass them with those 2 little changes.
All right, thanks everybody.
Chair Casal,
Mr. Yoshino.
do we still need some population from 3 into 2?
No, we don't actually, Commissioner. I think we're okay for right now.
No. And so what do I have to justify on the northern boundary with District 1?
So we're
Sorry, I
just,
missed that.
no problem. So our total deviation is 9.78 with those 2 changes, giving the 6 just a little bit more and giving 1 a little bit more. And I'll go over there, Commissioner Oshina, so you could see what the change we made. We did move that weird census block that connects Honolulu to through Pi'i Honua area. So that went back into 1. And then just a couple of blocks, it was only about 100 people. The upper reaches of Ulu Road.
Yeah. Okay. So
But the lower Mackay portion of Ulu Road is still there in Council 2.
okay, is there a consideration that there is only 1 road up there? I guess not. Okay. Thank you.
Well, if we kept that one, are you concerned about the odd shaped one, Dwayne, the one that might have DHHL land? Is that the one you're concerned about?
No, I was trying to, there's that concept of having a road that goes in and out.
Oh, uh-huh.
So
accessibility.
I'm not certain that it's connected on the upper reaches to District 1.
Well, it passed the connectivity test so that our ESRI thinks so, even if we might
Okay.
not.
Well, that's good. Thank you.
And the commissioner, the people driving to the upper reaches there of would be able to go up Amau Road. It borders 1 and 2 there. So it divides right down that Amau Road.
Thank you.
So now, is it appropriate to move that we keep this for now and we still have a chance to take another look at it before we come back on Tuesday to make a final decision? Can I move that we put this into our computers and, you know, really look hard at it one last time? Give us a weekend to do that?
Great. There's a motion to table. Is there a second? Ms. Bath seconds. Any discussion?
So just for my edification, we
Mr.
will be looking at COH working document 1.5.
1-5, yes.
1-5, okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Calco, call the roll.
Commissioner Louis,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoshino,
Aye.
Commissioner Ani,
Aye.
Commissioner Yadao, Commissioner Bath,
Aye.
Commissioner Akamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Eustace,
Aye.
Chair Caso.
Aye.
Chair, there are 8 ayes.
Okay. Motion, the draft is been tabled for the next meeting on the 21st. I'm going to go ahead and table the report transmitting a final plan. This was just in the event that we successfully completed the plan. Mr. Kalka, is there any testifiers?
No, Chair, that concludes our testifiers.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kalka, oh, Mr. Lopez, I see you.
Yes, pardon me. Is Ms. Ford still on?
Yes, yes, I am.
I just didn't want to close the meeting without expressing my humble apologies for including you in the term politicians.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I never have used that term. It makes shivers go up my spine.
I understand.
All
the
right,
distinction.
thanks, Steve. Bye-bye.
Ms. Louis.
Yeah, I just have a question. I mean, I really thank Brenda for sticking with us all through all of this and just being there the whole time. That was really above and beyond the call of duty. I just wondered, is public testimony closed now?
Public testimony is closed. However, people can submit testimony because we do have meetings. So we had testifiers testify for today's meeting, and they also they have time to testify for the meeting on the 21st.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Eustace.
Chair, what item of business are we on?
Well, I just tabled business number 2, so we're heading over to announcements.
And I guess I just have a question about the map we just worked on based off of the draft proposed plan that we built today. So it's working doc 1-5. Can we get this uploaded on the website, the public domain website? Is elections available to answer that question?
Chair, we have a member of the election staff making their way to the microphone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, this is Debbie. Yes, we'll go ahead and get it up.
Thank you.
And Chair.
You yield.
Okay.
Ms. Milan-Lacy.
Yes, I just for the record, I want to clarify, public testimony is never closed. These are open meetings and public testimony can always be taken. And although you've tabled the map, you haven't voted it, this is your final map. And so people can still provide public testimony. And anyone listening, we urge them to do so or to tell their friends, because we always have public testimony.
Great, thank you, Ms. Mellon Lacy.
And Chair, this is Dennis.
Go ahead, Mr. Kalko.
So just that we'll also, with the elections office working with the public, I'm sorry, to get the COH working doc 1.5 onto the public website. Once it's up there, we'll send a note to our subscribers also, so that they see the difference between the draft plan and the newest iteration leading into Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kalko. Anything else before I move over to announcements? Okay, Mr. Kalko, if you want to go ahead and read the announcements.
Sure, Chair. Just thank you. Just that the next regular meeting of the commission is scheduled for Tuesday, December 21, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. Again, you can watch archive videos of the commission's past sessions on our YouTube channel by searching for COH Redistricting on YouTube. The commission telephone number is 808-961-8020 and email is redistrictingcommission@hawaiicounty.gov. That's all the announcements for staff.
I'll open up the announcements to any of the commissioners. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Hustis,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Yoshina. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Adjourned at 2:48 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We'll see you